Morning, everyone. There we go. Wrong tab over there. Happy Sunday. Happy day 2. We're back for another day of SOC 100-2. I feel like my voice got deeper after one day of streaming. I don't know if you feel the same, but I woke up today, I'm like, yep. I think I dropped a couple octaves in just 4 hours of talking yesterday. Don't know what's going on. Maybe it like cleared up something, you know, from just not talking for a long time. KSJ, so will the uploads be on Twitch or on YouTube? They're actually going to be on YouTube, and we're going to embed them into the course so you can watch them either way. And I just need to get the timestamps ready later today, so the video's almost done from yesterday. Stuff. Starlight's ready to go. Cool, looks like we got a decent sized crowd. I figured we'd be a little bit slower on Sunday morning. We'll see how the schedules go. And we can always do another adjustment, maybe do a poll, kind of see how everyone's feeling about timings after a week or two. If 10 to 2 is still a good time slot for everyone, or if we want to do something, maybe do some adjustments, see what's possible for both us and you. But good to have everyone back for today. Everyone got their coffee ready? So I ordered McDonald's because I was really craving like an egg muffin, and they actually gave me a McGriddle sandwich. I've never had that before. I've always sort of avoided like that pancake kind of breakfast, but I ate it anyway. It wasn't bad. I thought it was gonna be a little too sweet, but it actually was pretty good. I don't know how you feel about that, everyone, but I just thought I'd share that. Bit of a revelation for me, a moment. Yeah, for sure, KSJ. So let's go over to Community Junior SOC Analyst and talk a little bit about that. Happy to share. So part of being a student, one of the SOC 100 students, you have the opportunity to sign up to be a Community Junior SOC Analyst. All you need to do is hop inside the course and fill out So all you need to do is go ahead and hop inside of this section here where it says Community Junior SOC Analyst, and there are some expectations of what you need to do. And you can fill out this form, and I'm going to be looking at everyone's submissions tomorrow and then reaching out to confirm your interest. And then I'll give you a new Discord role tag. And effectively, what we're trying to do is provide a way to give you experience and not just education. And something you can do when you first get started is what we really encourage all of you to do is the see once, do once, teach once. That's number 2. So you can go ahead, fill this form, and there's a couple expectations. 1, you must be active in our Discord helping other students in the SOC 100 chat, and if you like any of the other content as well too, if you feel comfortable with it, but at a minimum, at least once per month helping out in Discord. That's effectively it. And we're going to do a monthly audit for all of those that have signed up for it. And then we'll be able to see your contributions, kind of just pull a list of your username messages inside of the server to make sure that you are active. We'll reach out to you otherwise, and you can always let us know if you want to stop. But you can put this on your resume. And what we're looking for is for you to effectively just help the other students going through the content. So if someone is kind of stuck maybe on the registry, maybe they don't understand how the registry works, or maybe they need to talk about the kernel, as we did for like half an hour yesterday. Maybe someone's not too sure about the kernel. You can go and help them. And if you're not sure, you can study it a little bit more and then try to help them best you can. But that's effectively it. It's just helping one another, and it applies to any of the SOC 100 content. So even when we get down to like networking and we're doing network traffic analysis with anomaly detection, because it will get advanced, but we're looking for you to help others, which effectively also helps yourself. Part of the see once, do once, teach once model. When you can teach and explain something to someone, you'll really understand it. You'll also be able to identify the gaps in your understanding of it, kind of seal them up. That's effectively it. And follow the rest of our Discord rules. Just be nice. That's basically it. And be excellent to one another. That's probably the most important point of being a community junior SOC analyst. Just be excellent to one another. And you can put this on your resume. So what does it look like? If you are a community junior SOC analyst, you can put this on your resume. Feel free to adjust it as you'd like, but you can put this as volunteer experience. And you can put it as experience, just volunteer. So make sure that they understand that. And you can say that you provided technical support to SOC 100 students on core cybersecurity topics, and from IT administration to network traffic analysis, including SOC Tier 1 tasks like alert triage, endpoint analysis, log analytics, and incident response. You also guided students through labs, provided feedback, and ensured adherence to best practices and community standards on Discord. And as a skill, so at the top of your resume, you can put technical support and incident resolution. So if anyone is looking for resume experience to put on their resume, this is how we're trying to provide that to you. So CI, actually, KS, good to have you on board. Happy to have you as part of the community junior SOC analyst. And if you stay training with us and you become a CDA analyst, so if you become like a SOC 200 students, like one of that batch, and you become a cyber defense analyst, like you go through the course, and you're an alumni, you can actually do the same thing, but be a community SOC analyst at that point. So a couple of different ways you can also add experience. Yeah, Karina, you can sign up for it anytime. And CI, no question is considered stupid. I think you need to look at asking questions as a gauge of your understanding. That's it. Like how well do you think you understand the material? And then you ask questions on that, and then you can rate yourself like on how well you're doing. That's really it. Any questions welcome. Now, we talk about this in Discord and getting help. So you can ask questions all the live long day. You can ask it however long you want. That's fine. But just be careful not to develop a dependency. Try not to develop a dependency in others to essentially be like a reference or a lookup. Do your best to go through some troubleshooting, because at some point, when you start moving past your beginner stages, the difference between becoming intermediate and up is effectively you being the one that people go to for questions. And there's no one else that you can ask questions to at that point. Maybe you can ask around online. But you're going to run into unique situations that you need to be able to debug and figure out yourself to the best of your ability. So we encourage students, when you first start, Ask lots of questions, but also work on your troubleshooting and your ability to figure out solutions to the best of your ability first and foremost. And there's a couple ways you can do that. First thing you want to do, we encourage this concept of rubber duck debugging. And this is the link over here. And this was made by software developers, really, but it applies to a lot of tech work. And effectively, it's, you don't need to have a rubber duck, but it tells you to have a rubber duck to talk to. And what it is just to have something to talk to. And you're just going to walk through a series of things. You're going to explain to that duck, or your coffee, or the Monopoly man. And you're going to explain what you think what you're trying to do is doing. And then go into detail and walk line by line, word by word, whatever it might be, and explain to yourself what you're doing. Now, at some point, as you go through that, you're going to start from the beginning, and you're going to say, yes, I understand this, it's doing exactly what I think it should be doing, but at some point, you're going to find the thing that is doing something else than you think it's doing. That's when you stop, and that's when you look at it, and that's your problem. So that's what rubber duck debugging is. It's just start to finish analytical technique, checking off every little thing you know along the way. Eventually, you're going to find what is the problem. So we encourage that. Secondly, there is a SOC 100 help forum that we encourage students to go and take a look. It's brand new, so there's nothing in there right now, but eventually things will fill up. And after that, your next step is to go into the SOC 100 student chat and just chat, like talk about your idea, talk about your problem. So you see, there's a lot of steps that we recommend to do and follow before you get to the point of, hey, like I have a question. So once you start talking about your problem, say, has anyone thought about this issue? Like, let's think about yesterday, right? We can talk a little bit about like user account permissions and say like, hey, I'm trying to create a new group and isolate one user. I can't seem to figure out how to put one user inside of that group and ensure that no one else inside that group. I've tried A, B, and C. Has anyone else tried something like this? So we encourage you to think about what you're trying to do and then talk about what you're trying to accomplish. And then see if anyone else has engaged in the same thing that you've worked in. This encourages peer-to-peer discussion, collaboration, teamwork, all things that you're going to need to do inside this field, because cybersecurity is a team sport. After this, if you can't figure out what's going on, no one else can figure out what's going on, then we encourage you to go to the SOC 100-help channel. And that's generally the process that we're going to be encouraging you to do here to develop a troubleshooting ability. Now, if you're just hanging out in chat, something's on your mind, like, oh, like that, you mind like explaining that concept a little bit more? That's cool. Just drop it inside there. But if you're trying to figure out how to do something practical, on your own, follow these steps. And they will help you get there. They'll help you find the answer. Because remember what I said yesterday, right? When we had a couple of students coming into asking questions like, like errors or login or that's missing that, which is fine. It's all well and good. But remember what I said as well. Eventually, you're going to be the person that someone's going to come to. Their browser's not working. Their computer's slow. Something's not working. They deleted something. They clicked on something. And you're going to have to be that person. So you should aspire. You should aspire to become that person in this type of technical field. My recommendation. Math, no spamming, please. Your bot. Cool. So yes, go get your resume experience. Go help one another out, and let's dive in. Questions. Is the chat too small? By the way, like on the screen, can you see it? I think it's too small. I wonder if I can just actually increase the font size. 1 second. There we go. That way it doesn't have to take up so much of the screen. All right. So who's ready to get started in the content today? That's the real question. Let's go. Let's go. Princess. How were you able to tell that was a bot? Came out of nowhere, spammed a link, and it said to remove the dot in between it. So, felt like a bot. So I just timed that out. If it pops up again, I'm just going to ban it. Let's go. Let's do this. I think we left off yesterday at what? User... Is it user accounts, maybe? Or user permissions, I think it was. Yes, I think it was user permissions, right? Yeah, those are local groups. Yeah, perfect. Yeah. Cool. Okay. Let's fire up our Windows workstation. Let's do it. Yeah, we didn't actually do the iCackles, integrity control access control list. We didn't do that yet. So we need to do user permissions. So we're on lab number 4. Okay, let's just... Yeah, let's go, let's go. Let's just go to the end of the labs. Let's do that. Cool. Let your Windows workstations power up or follow along and you can catch up later. Okay, just waiting for System Console to become available. Cool, okay, so lab number 4, user permissions. Okay, so remember we talked about yesterday that good security starts with good system administration. This is where it begins. So we learned how to create users yesterday. We learned how to navigate the file system, move around Windows, operate with its user interface. We also discussed concepts of the architecture. So like Windows internals, we talked about the hardware layers, kernel space, user space, how everything sort of integrates and works together. How when I'm clicking around and going through these tabs, I'm actually interfacing with system calls that call the kernel, you tell the hardware to do things, and then come back up and project on the screen. So we covered a lot of those things yesterday. And then we ended up with creating user accounts. So the basics of system administration. Now, what we want to do today is the bedrock of security, and that's permissions. This is where confidentiality begins. Part of a huge component of cybersecurity is making sure that what you want to keep secret, no one else will ever find out or not have access to in a broad sense. And what we call that is we call that authorized access. And one of the largest things we're trying to accomplish every single day in cybersecurity is to prevent unauthorized access. That's what we do. That's why we have encryption. That's why we have passwords. That's why we have user permissions, which we're going to dive into in this lab. So fire it up. Let's get going. Screen over. See, I prefer, yeah, I actually like iced coffee in the summer. It's starting to get kind of cold over here, though. It's almost sweater weather. Sounds so ash. Oh, tasty. Okay. It's just like ashy's maybe a new term. Okay, Karina, let's do this. Let's get user permissions going. So introduction, we covered a little bit of that. Let's go and actually provide some permissions for some users with our GUI. So let's go over to our documents folder. And inside of here, we should have this Windows PowerShell folder, right? So if we actually right click this, we have a context menu that drops and we have a properties tab right here in the bottom. When we select that, we're going to see a little pop-up menu appear. So this is a new tab. And inside here, we can see a lot of interesting information about this folder or about this file. This is where we can have a graphical user input to interact and manage this folder and its permissions and its sharing abilities. We can also make it hidden. And we can click around over here in the sharing tab and give it a network share so we can access like our shared photos, files. And most importantly, we have this security tab. So this is where all of the permissions actually live and begin. And we're gonna do this again on the command line as well, but on the GUI, it's also important to know how to do this because it's nice and quick in a pinch, and it's something that you should start off with first so you can visually see what's going on. So inside of the security tab, we have this ability to look at the top and say groups or usernames have access to this file or this folder. And as we click through it, we can see the individual permissions for it. So in this case, the system account, highest level permission account. This has full control. You can see these little check marks over here that shows what it actually has access to. We can look at administrator. Administrator has essentially everything as well too. So you can see system and administrator is effectively the same. So what if we wanted to do something about this? Like let's say if we wanted to change the administrator abilities. We could go inside here, we can make some different adjustments, and we're going to have like a little prompt that can appear here. See that little shield? That's called UAC. So user access, I think it's, yeah, right? User access control? User account control, sorry. User account control. So that little prompt is going to appear whenever we want to go and change things. Now, normally you would see that, like if you were a regular domain user, you're trying to click around, you get this big shield that would pop up and it would say that you need the administrator's password. So we can't just kind of willy-nilly change things around. Windows has some layers of security, some prevention in place. So let's go ahead and click on that top edit portion. This is an easier entry into the permission management as opposed to the other screen where it gets a little bit more complex. So what we can do is we can flat out deny everything if we want. We don't want to do that for system. We could do that for the administrator accounts as well too. That's a quick little easy way to kind of change things around. Now, what if we wanted to add another user to this account? I'm pretty sure this has a guest account inside here. Double check. Yeah, okay. So for all intents and purposes, there's this built-in guest account that comes inside of Windows. So we can go inside here, we can add guest. And notice that when we do, we have this ability to change what they can do with it. So they can allow or deny. That's the general permission rule set. Allow, deny. And we have full control, we have modify, read and execute, list folder contents, read, write, and special permissions. So let's go ahead and give guest. Let's deny full control. And then go over here and allow them to read and execute. You see what happens when I do that. When we say full deny, everything gets checked off as a denial. But the moment we change something, the moment we change one permission, you would imagine maybe it might just change only one, but it doesn't. So because of what these things mean, and this is where Windows gets a little bit more complex in permissions versus Linux, which we'll be able to see soon. Linux has like a read, write, execute, but Windows has a couple different other layers. It has like these grouped levels of permissions, because if you allow someone to have modify abilities, you're effectively going to need multiple permissions to do that. So it's kind of like a grouped way to give you some level of convenience. And print, yes, this is the user permissions lab over here. Now, if we go and click read and execute, you can see it's everything but right. So just be careful when you're administering user permissions in Windows that you don't actually click on those like modify and read and execute. That can mess around with what you're trying to do. Just be careful. It's an easy way to slip up on permissions. So it's just something that I wanted to highlight. But it's pretty simple. Let's just give guess for the sake of it, fully allow. Press OK. Now you can see the guess has actually appeared here. So if we wanted to at this point, and we were the guest user, we could now access this Windows PowerShell folder. So super easy. And to remove them, same thing. Go inside of here, go to edit, go to guest, and go to remove. Nice and easy. Not too complex, right? Now, it's not too complex until we start to get into some things called inheritance. So not too complex yet, right, CIA? But what if we were to go to, let's actually add the guest user back. And we'll just leave them alone. That's okay. So we can see that they have read, execute, list, and read. Now if I hit advanced here at the bottom, you see that we have actually like a deeper ability to look at permissions over here. This bigger pop-up appears. You can allow auditing as well too. This gets much more granular. We'll touch base on these more advanced aspects towards the enterprise Windows side of things. But one thing that I wanted to highlight over here is inheritance. So inheritance effectively automatically applies the parent folder level of permissions to all subfolders. Now that simplifies administrations, but and this is an issue. This happens more often than I would want it to happen in networks, but inheritance is an easy way to add a folder somewhere, and then all of a sudden someone sees someone else's folder that they're not supposed to see. So notice that when I added the guest user, I didn't touch anything, but they immediately gained permissions. I'll do it again. Okay, let's go ahead and remove guest. Add guest now. And they immediately appeared with read, execute, list, and read. That is because of inheritance. So if we go to that security tab and go to advanced, you can see that inheritance is enabled because I have the ability to disable it. So this is saying that the parent folder, documents, if I go to this PC, user, administrator, documents, and I go to properties, I go to sharing, security. It's taking the general permissions defined for what this folder says is the default level of permissions. And this folder takes the default level of permissions from the one above it, and the one above it, and the one above it. That, like I said, that's good and bad. It's nice and easy for administration. This is how you make folders inside of an enterprise network, and you have like a company share drive that you want everyone access to. And then you want everyone to have a general ability to see what's inside that folder, but then you want them to have their own folder inside. So you want inheritance above, but then on their own individual folder, you don't want inheritance, because then everyone would be able to have access to their folders. That's where you would see that level of permissions come into play. And we'll look at that towards the enterprise network side of things. Cool. What are you talking about, CI? What do you mean it says non-forged under inheritance? Oh, yes, yes. You mean here? Yes. So in this case, the guest account has this general level of default permissions. This is deeper. This is deeper inside of like the local security policy of what is defined. That's a deeper level of inheritance of what that user is default automatically granted for. Now, other accounts, and then there's more policies. So like when we get there in enterprise windows, you'll be able to see how you can granularly control what guest has access to. This way that they don't get the inherited permissions by default, but you can see like administrator does and so forth. So we'll touch base more on some deeper permissions later on in the enterprise windows. Because I think you need to go through the process of actually like going through a group policy and providing a inheritance to be able to do that. So Print is saying, you feel like you almost understand the explanation. I wonder if you mind explaining the inheritance permission again. Yes. So let's continue to look at this screen. The administrators group is inheriting the permissions from C users administrator. And we're looking at the Windows PowerShell folder. Now, the Windows PowerShell folder has a set of permissions that is provided so that if I were to add a new group to here, and if their policy permitted it automatically, they would immediately gain full control. It's like KS is saying. The folders above, whatever their permission set is, it just kind of continues downward, unless you say otherwise. I guess maybe I can just go ahead and show that. So let's actually go ahead and disable inheritance. on the Windows PowerShell folder. So I'm going to say remove all inherited permissions from this. You see what happened when I did that? Just cancel that again. Wait, so you can see that slower. The Windows PowerShell folder is immediately giving system, administrators, group, and the administrator user full control. And it's inheriting that from C users administrator, so the folder right above. If I click on disable inheritance and I say remove all inherited permissions from this object. Remember we said yesterday that Windows likes to refer to things as objects, and you're going to hear that term come up more often. So let's remove that. And the moment I do, all of those other permissions disappeared, except for the guest one that I added myself. So that's interesting. Now, if I enable inheritance, you see it's not going to pull anything anymore. So I disabled it, it removed everything, but now that I'm in this state, nothing actually happens. So I have to cancel this out, I have to go back in, advanced, and then this one now refreshes back because I didn't actually change the state. And yes, Bruna. Yeah. So keep in mind, the guest permission that I added was my own. Like I added it, it wasn't automatically granted. So pretty straightforward otherwise. That's why I said I don't want to get too deep into inheritance yet until we get to enterprise network, so you can actually go through and apply your own policies and you can set them up, because you kind of like need to kinesthetically go through that. But for into all intents and purposes, it looks like chat's generally following with what we're getting across over there. In the meantime though, what's most important right now is the ability to grab a folder, edit it, throw on another account over here, and give it permissions to what we want. So let's go and do this now on the command line. Kind of give a bit of an idea of what it actually looks like. Yeah, because you added it, whatever was granted to the administrator group user goes to the... So in this case, no print. So the guest didn't actually get it in this case. And that's a different use case. It got the default permissions, but not all of them. Not the administrator permissions. Because if we look at the administrator folder, we go to documents where it inherited. So here, let's go to C users, administrator. So this folder, we go to properties. We go to security. The current permissions on C users administrator only has these three permissions: system, administrators, and such. That's it. It doesn't have guest. So if I were to go now and I go to my documents and I go all the way deep, properties, and I go back to advanced here, you can see that it is pulling from C users administrator, like that folder. But there's no guest permissions set from there. So that's why when I add guest, it doesn't pull any additional permissions, just the default that comes with the current policy of Windows, which is, excuse me, that's adjusted and managed elsewhere. Gotta keep up that water intake. Let's go hop back over here now, command line. And what I want to do is I want to go to this Windows PowerShell folder. And I'm running some extra commands right now that we're going to talk about soon. So I'm changing the directory over to documents. And then I have this ability to see that Windows PowerShell folder. These commands are a little bit new for now. And what we want to be able to do is run the command that I mentioned before. Is that command again? Yeah. Okay. So if we go to run this command, iCackle is over here. And we type in or Windows PowerShell. Let's say grant guest read. So you see this little statement that appeared. So the command line way to do this is we're saying let's grant the guest user the ability to read the Windows PowerShell folder. So let's go back inside here and see what this looks like. Security, and you can see that guest over here is now provided. Now they have special permissions. So that's different, right? They have special permissions. So if you're ever inside of a folder and you see something that has been specially set, there's a pretty good chance that that was administered through a script or automatically or elsewhere. That could be a flag. That's kind of different. That wasn't done by just like a user going around adding things or a group policy. So you see Windows is trying to give you some layers of awareness. Special permissions is not exactly like a normal level that you just immediately see. And you can see it's got like a little X to it. And if you want to look at special permissions, you have to go to advanced settings. Then it tells you over here it has read. So pretty interesting. I think I saw a couple more forms come in for Discord access. Give you all a moment to soak that in. Nice, okay. So now if we wanted to continue going down the command line route, we could go through, again, using this iCackle's command. And if we type in Windows, and notice that if I hit tab, I'm going to come back to that more, but notice if I hit tab, it just immediately auto-completes the location. You want to keep doing that. We can now deny the guest the ability to read. And pay attention to these statements. So successfully process 1 file. Failed processing 0 files. Kind of throws you for a little bit of a loop. Like if you see something failed, you're like, oh, that's wrong. But it starts to be quite common in the command line. You're going to see like failed, like nothing failed, but it's going to tell you nothing failed so that it's clearly understood, not ambiguous. Next, we can continue kind of going down this route, and I can hit the up key, and you can see like it's pretty straightforward to kind of do some of the command line, and we'll do more of it later, but I just want to demonstrate while you're getting more exposed to this slowly, the ability to interact with user permissions on the fly. So this is some ways that you could actually do that using scripts, using the command line, and kind of go from there. Make sense? Cool. Now, notice that when I was on the command line, those pop-ups, like those windows, never changed. But if I go back to it now after I'm done, it has refreshed. Like things actually happen in the background. So what does that tell you about the state of these windows versus the command line? I was on the command line and those permissions changed immediately, but the windows didn't. No, it doesn't take time to refresh. No, Zeno. Close, but no. Yeah, so KS, I mean, you're right. They're purely visual representations, but there's a little more to it. Yes. Good job, Karina. These windows, these tabs and cards are not updating in real time. Why? Why do you think it would be designed to do that? These questions are important to consider. Pay attention and give some awareness and analysis of what you're seeing. Observations. No, not really, CI. Yes, good, Karina, good. Yes, it's about spending resources wisely and processing power. Like, I guess the question is, do you need this window to be updating in real time? I can tell you, it's a no. So there's an intention and there's a level of intelligent design happening in these programs, in this operating system that you're working with. A lot of refinement. And there are more advanced future things that you'll see, like real-time permissions, real-time changes and things, and that's when you get into custom software and such. But no, you don't need to see this tab updating in real time, so it won't. But that's important to pay attention to, because this is just a snapshot. It is a snapshot in time. But it's important to observe that, because as I'm going through the command line, I'm running these commands, and if you had your window open and you're seeing like, hey, why isn't that changing? Well, that's why. But start to develop that level of observation and awareness to like just question why things are working the way that they are. It's good to get that ability early on. Cool. Okay, so good stuff. Moving along. Yeah. Yeah, good point. KS, if this was a server, do you really need it updating this, or do you want it spending resources on other things? Cool. Okay. That's user permissions. Straightforward. Right-click a folder, go to properties, right-click a file, go to properties, go to the security tab, add and remove a user, and just be careful about inheritance. That's it for now on user permissions. Easy start. Now let's move on to processes. So, processes. Processes are something you're going to see all the time in Windows, in IT, and in cybersecurity. It's a big thing. We're always looking at them, making sure that the right process is running at the right time, the right place, to the right user, to the right permission, right resources, right permission, right file path, the right folder, etc. So, and I guess let's kind of walk down this like tree for a moment and think about this. Like, where does the process fit in? Let's do process, service, application, Windows. Maybe there's a nice model that we can look at. Windows service. Let's see. These are, I'm surprised that there's no like readily available decent model to just kind of refer to. Okay, we're gonna walk through it ourselves then. I mean, I guess that kind of helps. Some things get a little bit too deep. All right, we're gonna do this a different way then. So let's go to Microsoft Edge. Right click that on the bottom. Cross properties. This folder. Okay. So notice that when I check out the properties of the MS Edge, so like Chrome, like a Chrome browser, this is an application. So Microsoft Word, Chrome, File Explorer, all these things, these are all applications. And what an application is it is a .exe, that it's an executable file. And it is a bundle of code put together and compiled into a package that you can double click, you can execute it, hence executable, and then it turns into an application, an app. Now, a process is an instance. Imagine if I were to open up an MS Edge and File Explorer and I run it, once it is running, once the application is running, it becomes a process. So a process is an instance. It's one instance of that application running. Now, processes they're common. Like we see them in Linux, we see them in Mac, we see them everywhere. Something has to be recording the state of an application running. It has to let us know. And yes, Mord, some applications can run under one instance, one process, and they kind of all bundle into one. I think MS Word, I think, is one of those off the top of my head. Like if you open up multiple words, they'll all kind of like bundle off of one. It depends on the design of the developer. Sometimes you'll see one, sometimes you'll see multiple. That comes with time and experience and exposure. But for all intents and purposes, when we say that a process is an instance of a particular executable, an instance doesn't necessarily mean individual. It just means an instance, and it can be one or more of that thing. One or more of this executable running. This will change. So let's go and actually open some things up, and then we're going to open up a new program. We haven't seen it yet. It's called Task Manager, and Task Manager is this ability to pull up a real-time snapshot. So for you, Karina, I know you like your real-time updates. So Task Manager is an app that allows us to get a real-time update of what's going on with our processes and various system resource draw and such. Let's go ahead and open Task Manager. So right now it's saying that there are no running, well, sorry, let me do that again for you. So if I right click, that window's now gone, great. So if I right click the start menu in the bottom, and I think you can hit Control Alt Delete as well too, but it's not going to really work throughout this. But if you're on a Windows computer at home and you press Control Alt Delete, you can actually open up the Task Manager as well. So you can actually right click this over here and you can go and select Task Manager. And this is a virtual session, so some of the shortcuts aren't going to work for your local workstation versus what you're seeing inside of the browser. And if we go inside of here, there's a little tab in the bottom, like a little caret. If we select that, there's more details and then there's fewer details. And over here, we can see a series of processes happening. So we have our Windows File Explorer. And you can see, right, like underneath it, so here's Task Manager running itself. Here is an instance of Task Manager. We have the properties. So like Windows File Explorer is an instance. Here's the Windows File Explorer process, but underneath it, there are some child processes. And we're going to learn more about that, like parent and child relationships from a process and how it runs. And you can see inside here that we open up this little property tab and we can see MS Edge. And then there are background processes as well too that are running. So that's a little bit different. Task Manager allows us to get this view of everything that's actually running. And let's say I wanted to open up, I'm actually going to open up Edge right now. That'll load. More it's saying Windows specific.exe thing. Linux doesn't have this requirement. Yeah, so yeah, wait till we get to the Linux module. I said it yesterday a lot. Like, Linux is nice, it's simpler. There's a lot of good design decisions inside of Linux and Unix in general that I think once you see how we do everything in Windows, you will gain a strong appreciation for Linux and its simplicity. You're also going to see some limitations with Linux compared to enterprise Windows administration as well. Remember we talked about yesterday, that level of like that technical learning curve. So this is now MS Edge that's running. Now notice that as soon as I opened up MS Edge, notice how much is actually running. So we have this instance of MS Edge, and then we have a ton of child relationships happening underneath it. And these are things that we're going to be talking about soon. We're going to talk about threads and how things kind of open up and look a little bit deeper under the hood. So yes, they require a lot of consumption. You can see we're at 43% memory just by opening up MS Edge. Now, if we go to performance, we can see that we have a consumption of CPU, memory. We can see our Ethernet. So Task Manager is really cool. This is one of the first things when you start using Windows and you start learning how to administer it, like how we have, and you have to start troubleshooting things. Things are going to hang up. Things are going to lock up. They're not going to respond. You need information on what's going on. And we're going to learn more advanced tools. But when you first start, Task Manager is a great way to go poke around over here and see what's running. We can get a user view. We can see all of the processes that are actually assigned to this administrator user. So quite a lot. We can go and look at the actual details now. And the details tab gives a much deeper granular view of what all of these processes actually are. And it's much easier to look at compared to this high level process tab. Like we're kind of missing information that would be helpful to us. Details is much more important because we start seeing things like here's MS Edge. This is running, and this is running at a PID. And a PID is your process ID. It's your process identifier. And this allows us to have a numerical assigned value to a given process. that's very helpful. Because if I were to say to any of you, like, hey, go and close the msedge.exe process, and let's say like you just looked at this, like you wouldn't know, right? Like you wouldn't know which one we wanted to terminate or which one is hanging up. So that is something interesting to note. And that's why we have this details tab. And we can see over here that there's a bunch assigned to msedge. There's a lot of other services that are running, which we're going to talk about, like this SVC host over here. And you're going to see this a lot. And people kind of freak out when they first start with Windows. And they're like, oh, like, what are all these SVC host things running, right? And you have to think that we have a process is something that's executed after running an application that we interacted with. Now, a service is a process running in the background that we shouldn't be interacting with. Think about like your print spooler. Think about things like that, like things that maybe we shouldn't be messing around with, maybe like print, Bluetooth, various like, we haven't touched base on this yet, but like various like file share services that need to be supporting the ability to connect to a file share. We shouldn't have the ability to go around and mess around with that. We as a user should just have access to this, like what's in front of us right now. So these applications create a process that is running in front of us that we can interact with and that we can manage through Task Manager and other tools to inspect and terminate as needed. Now, there's a lot of other processes that make Windows work. Remember we talked about the kernel yesterday? Remember we talked about the kernel? Remember we talked about a lot of things the kernel spawns, right, Starlight? Right? So there's a lot of background things that need to run to make Windows an operating system for us to use. These all have to be, well, not all, but for the most part, they have to be accessible through the Windows window manager over here in a process form for us to interact with as needed at a higher level to administer Windows. Now, we talked about yesterday that there's the kernel space, user space. So there's this user space that we're in right now of various processes and services running to support Windows to do what it is doing, like a window manager in front of us and such. This is where we'll see all that. So consider Task Manager to be your dashboard in the car. We talked about the car yesterday, like the dashboard in front of you. Consider Task Manager to be the dashboard of the user space view of processes running, for the most part. And what you can see here are all the various different processes running to make sure Windows works. It's a lot, right? This is a lot more than you might think. So let's say I wanted to go and terminate msedge. Now, there's a couple different ways we could do this. I think actually, do we touch base in the PID in this lab? Let me quickly check. I think so, not yet. Well, on the command line, I think we do. Let's take a quick look over here. I don't think so. Yeah, it's an introduction to CMD. Yeah. Okay. So let's go ahead and let's go actually to the process side. And we can see the parent process over here Now I could end task, right? So this is using 212 megabytes. You can generally see from the process view, right, that this is the general consumption. If you add up all these values over here, you're going to see this is going to be adding up. So 212 megabytes of your memory space is dedicated to MS Edge in this case. And these ones underneath, these child processes are actually related to the parent process. They add up in total to 212. So we can go, we can go and end task from over here. And I think it's not actually going to tell us the exact one from here. I'm still looking, so he's looking at sys internals now these days. So let's actually go up to the top of the process area and let's actually end Microsoft Edge. I'm going to go and open it up over here. So if I right click this and I go to end task, now MS Edge is closed. And if I open up like Notepad, right? Same kind of deal. We can end it over here as well. So pretty straightforward. Task Manager is like a high level view, and we're going to be looking at some more advanced tools soon that provide you a far granular view of all of this. So for all intents and purposes, let Task Manager to be a quick view for you to poke inside and see what's under the hood. Like, how fast is your engine running? How slow is it running? What are some of the bottlenecks? And you could sort all this out. Like if you go to details and you go to memory, like you click the little tab at the top, you can see exactly what is drawing the most memory. So if you see something really like hanging up, you can go sort by username to get a quick shot of all the username related processes that are running as well. Make sense? So I think the next part is we're going to move on to Windows Services, where we can start looking at some of these SVC hosts. This lab actually does cover that portion. It does, yeah, okay, cool. Like a quick step at the end. So towards the end of this lab, before we start like diving into services, we can actually see the relationship between any services related to an SVC host process running. And you can see the description over here. So SVC host.exe, PID, running, and username is local service. There's also some that are network service. So these are sort of like telltale signs. And then the description on the end over here, host process for Windows service. Now, if I right click SVC host and I go to properties, sorry, if I go to services, like any one of these, and I go to services, you can see exactly the service that it's related to. In this case, this goes to event log. And this is a little bit easier than trying to match up PIDs for now. So these background services that are running, some of them have PIDs. Some of them have a process identifier. And you're going to hear people call it process ID, PID. At the end of the day, it's interchangeable enough to know that we're trying to find a referenceable value. So PID, process ID, process identifier, the more accurate name for it, the last one. But some of these services have a PID assigned to them when they're running. Now, a lot of these, you're going to see that these numbers do change at times. Some of them are going to generally be the same. Some of them won't. Typically, like user-related PIDs and processes are going to fire up and just kind of be assigned at these higher numbers and later on. But don't be surprised if they also show up towards earlier numbers as well too. If something is no longer PID in use, you can take, it's just no longer needed. It's like a referenceable value, and then you can assign it to another process that's running. And the operating system takes care of that for you. That's not something you have to do. So don't rely on PIDs exactly being the same every single time. That can change. Compromises can change the PID around as well too. So you can try to inject things into another process, which all of a sudden it takes over the PID. So a normal trusted PID, a normal trusted process could look normal to you. And the PID would be a normal expected value or something that you see is generally around that value. But then it's not actually in a trusted state anymore. It could be compromised. So my advice when you first get started with this is don't overly rely on the PID. Just let the PID be a referenceable net value for you to find a process. That's really it. And you use the PID for parent-child relationships and an easier way to track something down as opposed to the mini versions of SVC hosts that are running, right? Like they're all the same, but maybe we need to know the first one that we looked at of 1100 for event ID. Or sorry, event log that's running. Cool. And then I think, yeah, the last thing on this one, and then we'll take a quick break, is just to note what you need to be using Task Manager for the most when you're first getting started here is to kill tasks that are locked up or to inspect them, look for memory bottlenecks, look for performance issues, like if your CPU is going nuts, your memory is going crazy, you have a huge draw on Ethernet. That can be a problem. If all of a sudden, like a user opens up like an Excel file and their Ethernet activity spikes like crazy, that's not normal. Or if you see like Ethernet activity happening in like beacons, sort of like up, down, not normal. Karina, every process will have a PID. Are you talking about the services? So on a quick note on that, if the service doesn't have a PID, it's because it's not running. So this status over here, but every process has to have a PID. If I go through this details tab over here, every single one has a PID. But services, so background processes that we're not supposed to interact with. If I go to status, this is probably a better way to look at it. If I actually, if I start this by running to stopped, you can see all running statuses of services have an assigned PID. Anything stopped doesn't, because it's not running yet. So, I don't know, let's take a look at what's something we could kick off over. Yeah, Zeno, so how would you know if it's compromised? We're going to get to that in the cybersecurity section. There are a lot of different indicators. There are signatures, timestamps, file signatures as well too. There's the correlation between behavior, like process read, memory read. Remember we talked about like the kernel, those system API calls? That model that we were looking at yesterday. So like this over here, there's a lot that can happen in between here that you can hide compromised activity. And we're going to get to that later when we start getting to more of like the malware analysis and triage. Right now, your best bet, if you don't know something's compromised, when you're first starting off like this, you're not going to be able to detect it. Like you're going to have to look for weird activity. So probably what you'll be looking for is strange performance bottlenecks until we start to learn more about this. And we start to get some better tools under our belt. You're going to be relying early on antivirus and Windows Defender and Windows Firewall to tell you what's wrong. You don't have the knowledge yet to really start to triage this information and visual cues that something is wrong. But what I do recommend is when you start to learn this stuff is start off with what is looking normal. Like what are normal, like I guess put it this way. Right now, if I look at the processes tab, if I'm a normal user, I shouldn't be expecting to see a bunch of tasks running, or sorry, a bunch of processes running over here. Now, if something was compromised, something's running over here, maybe we had like a CMD, right? Command prompt. Maybe we had PowerShell. Maybe we had Notepad. Maybe we had calculator. Maybe we had something weird running up here in the apps or a background process. That would be like your visual cue to know something's wrong at this level. Later on, we're going to actually be looking at the sysinternal suite, and we're going to be looking at Task Manager on steroids, basically, where you can see much better view. You can do lookups online, and you can also look at things, and that's what Mord's talking about towards the end over there. We're going to look at Procmon, which is the ability to look as like a process monitor view, and it allows us to look at all the individual system API calls and events that are happening from the user space to kernel space and everything in between. Advanced. It's very advanced, and we'll get there. First step, remember, is system administration. We need to just learn how to administer and work with Windows, Linux, and networking. Enterprise and help desk level support. And then we're going to start learning the cybersecurity triage side of things. There's a lot to learn first before you get there. Yeah. So yes, look for performance bottlenecks and look for things that are running out of the context of the current user for now. That's how you would first do it, and rely on Windows antivirus and Defender. No need to rush yet. Cool. Okay, I'm going to take a little break. All of you should take a little break too. Let's go stretch your legs. Yes, so print before I hop off. Yeah, bottlenecks. Bottleneck, it would be essentially meaning, like imagine a traffic, like a highway, and there's too many cars coming onto the highway, and everything slows down. That's a bottleneck. Same thing in IT and cybersecurity. If we have our CPU running at 99%, then we only have 1% of CPU to go around to the rest of everything else. So the system would just come to a halt. That's a bottleneck. And you're going to learn that malware has certain indicators. We're going to learn about this thing called indicators of compromise, where we can see weird bottlenecks happen, weird process events happen, weird network activity happen. We're going to learn about all those things. So like spikes, bottlenecks, pauses, frequency, like strange things. We'll learn that way later on. But yeah, bottleneck is something to pay attention to first, because that's what you know, like CPU, memory, and Ethernet. And if you want to get even a little more under the hood, you can open up Resource Monitor on the bottom. And this gives you an even more granular view. This is where I just remember, yeah. This is where you go do your 50 push-ups. Yeah, exactly. Everyone goes. If everyone does 50 push-ups every break we do like 2 to 3 breaks per stream over here. We're all going to be jacked in no time. We're all going to be Jack the Ripper. So yes, yeah, before I go, Resource Monitor is something you can look at that gives you a more granular view. And you can see like a little histogram over here of activity on the top right, and the individual things that are consuming your resources. So really good, really helpful. Cool. Okay, I'll be back. Okay. Let's do this. Okay. So I think what actually would be, yeah, we're back. I was thinking about something when I was away. I was like, you know, I think what would be good actually, we have code installed. Actually, let's open up, yeah, let's open up code. Yeah, no, you know what? Let's open up Notepad. I'm just thinking because I think it would be good because we're starting to cover a lot of ground. This is where it starts to get more and more technical. And I'm going to keep a running Notepad on the left-hand side of things. And so we don't want to actually kill that Notepad process. What we want to do is we can save this. And remember, your virtual machines aren't permanently forever, right? Like, if something goes wrong and you need to reset, then you have to actually, then you'll lose it. So maybe take notes as you go, or keep it on a separate application if you have the screen space. But for me, while I'm streaming, I'm going to keep this on the system itself. I'm just going to say like SOC100-1 notes, and I don't want to open up VS Code or a more fancy text editor yet. Maybe actually when we get to installing and removing software, I'll switch over to Notepad++ because that's pretty light and we install it over there. But for now, so a couple things that we want to talk about, right? And make sure that everyone's tracking as we go. Font. What? Why is Notepad not responding? What's going on here? Wow, that took a while. Didn't do that before. How's that? Okay, yeah, not bad. So we got to the task manager, right? Task manager. View processes, services, resource consumption of PC, diagnose and troubleshoot for bottlenecks, track PIDs, Okay. Just going a little bit of a type spam there because it's a lot we're covering as we go deeper and deeper into this. So Cool. Yeah, Notion's great. I would love to have a better note-taking tool on the VM, but it's just going to slow the VM down too much. That's why, yeah. So I recommend Notion or Obsidian or Apple Notes is fine too. Like whatever suits your note-taking ability. Pen and paper. I definitely recommend you to start taking notes as we go. The labs have notes in them, mind you, but it's not always the same. Yeah, I still like pen and paper for a lot of things myself. But if it's technical information, I throw it in Obsidian for reference, because you can link things back and forth. But I still draw, like, and I make models and charts, and I type. I write things out by hand, and I draw, and I sort of visually come to conclusions on things too. Yeah, screenshots are also helpful too. Time and place for both. I think it's good to use a little bit of everything, but what did I want to do over here? Details. Something that I wanted to also enable. You know, I don't remember actually seeing that leaf. Is that something new? I never paid attention to it. Now that I'm looking at it, I'm like, what is that leaf inside of the task manager? Look that up real quick. Efficiency mode. Oh, that's why. I guess I don't have that enabled. Okay. Yeah, like I was assuming eco something, but yeah. MS Edge being in eco-friendly mode. Yeah, right. That thing consumes so much. It's Chrome. Yeah. Okay, cool. Yeah, I think that's it. I think that's what I wanted to cover for now. So this is what we're looking at right here. Let's see. How's the font view for this, by the way? Is that clear? For those of you actually able to track with me same time. Okay, cool. Sweet. Okay. Let's move on to Windows Services Lab now. And close that. So now we're moving over to services. All right. So remember, so we just talked about this, right? A service is a background process. So back inside of here, anything that we can visually interact with, like Notepad and Edge and other browsers and such. Those are applications that are also processes running, but we can interact with them. And the service is another process that we didn't start ourselves, per se. For the most part, we shouldn't have started ourselves. It should be like scheduled, which we're going to learn about, and maybe triggered in something else. So it's a background process, and that's effectively all that it is. So not entirely too different. Now, what we're going to do is we're going to actually enter the services management console, SMC. There's a couple different ways to do it. You can go to the start menu button, just type in services, and you'll see it pop up over there. You know what? I'll share those notes in Discord too after. Make your life easier. Yeah. Come on, VM, you can do it. So this is the services management console. You could also get there to go to run, start menu, run. And you could also type in, you can also hit the Windows key R to do that, like on your own, on your local Windows. That's so you can open up the quick run key. If you type in run, you're going to get this little run app. And this allows you to call different applications by their name, by their actual, either their executable or shortcut, various different ways. So we can type in services.msc. It's the same thing. It just pulls up the app. So it's a different way to do it. And what we're trying to do is just get an idea of how we can interact and manage services over here inside of Windows. So these are all the services that Windows is configured with on your workstation over here. There are a lot. We don't have them all running. A bunch are disabled because we don't need them. So if we look and click on the status column so we can sort it out by running services, we can see that there are a lot that are running, but there's also a ton that are disabled. And you can see that they actually have a logon as a certain service or a system account. And we also have startup type, like automatic, manual, and the automatic versions actually have like delayed and triggered. So a couple different ways that they can be configured. Now let's sort this by alphabetical, and we can see the Bluetooth support service over here. Now, Bluetooth is currently, status is not running, and the startup type is manual, trigger start. So for all intents and purposes, we can go and start the service by going to the top left area over here, or we can right click it and go to start as well. And you can see it does that, like it's like a quick bar that appears, and you can start and stop services this way manually. Now, once upon a time, this was commonplace in Windows, especially if you were troubleshooting it back in the day, things would hang up. That's effectively how you just start and stop a service inside of the Windows GUI. Now notice that you can also restart a service when it's running. And all that does is just a quick stop and start. So nice and easy. Now, if we double click the service, or if we right click it and go to properties, we can see a larger description of what the service is. And we can see it, the path to the executable. So take a look at this. That's at chat as well. So what this is saying is it's calling SVC host. So this is service host. This is how you see those service hosts appear. It's calling the service host executable, and it's pointing it out to become a local service at this point in time. That's the path to the executable. And you can see the options over here to start, stop, pause, and resume. You can see the logon as a local service, and this is all pre-configured within Windows. And there's also some recovery steps as well. So failure, second failure, And this will help you be able to troubleshoot and determine what's going wrong with a service installed. Maybe a software in your network, the user installed something and it keeps failing. You might be able to find out some information over here. Now, sometimes there's also going to be dependencies in services. In this case, there are none, but this is where you would see maybe a service depends on certain system components or another service or something else. You can see that over there as well. So really straightforward. Like when it comes to Windows services at a GUI level, this is where you'll see it, and this is where you'll see it, it spawn. So this is where you might see also like custom local software maybe that your company has developed for you to log into like an employee portal or like an employee app. You might see a custom service installed here. Oracle stuff, Java stuff, Microsoft stuff, bunch of stuff. Google will be inside here. Just about anything that gets installed typically has some type of level of service with it. And this is where you'll also find like malicious services. You might see services that only start on startup. And it might look normal, but we can find that out later as well. This is another place where malware can actually hide too. Pretty straightforward though, right? That's a fast one. That's really it. Like the services GUI over here. Go ahead and just figure it that way. Not many options allowed for you to interact with services in Windows. So that's a fast one. Any questions on the service side? Yeah, seriously. Yeah, sysadmin best friend. Yeah, it's so many times like a service has just stopped. Have to start it. Or it's failing and you have to restart it, or you have to reinstall the service. Yeah, you're going to be here quite a bit. Things break as a sysadmin. So. And CI, no, you're not changing anything yet. Unless you want to. Go ahead. Go ahead. Nothing wrong with that. So you could go and change maybe like the Bluetooth service if you want. Change that to like automatic delayed start, so it starts off a little bit later than other like Windows initialization services and such. Or you can make it automatic. It'll kind of just be held however Windows determines which services are configured to start at certain times. It'll kind of prioritize itself along the queue. And manual means that like we'll have to start it ourselves, or something will start the service for us. So basically not on boot. More, what are you talking about? Trade what? Sounds good. Okay. Cool. Okay. Let's keep going. So services, really simple, straightforward. At least at this time. We'll get more involved in it later, but at least at this point you should be able to know how to start and stop services. Remember, we're in the Windows operating system level to like general local endpoint administration, start, stop, install, configure, all that stuff. So first things first, we just need to learn how to use Windows. Okay, now let's take a look at scheduled tasks. Now, tasks are important. Like if we need to run some software at a certain time, it's also important to be able to schedule it at a certain time. Maybe we want to run a service every day at 2 p.m. or a backup service at 11 p.m. at night. Maybe when no one's around, maybe at 2 or 3 in the morning, we want to run some type of update or a patch. This is where scheduled tasks come into play. This is where we can start using Windows to automate things for us at a high level. So let's go ahead and take a look at that. First thing we need to do is get access to the tasks scheduler. So we could go and type in task, and we'll get task manager. I feel like, sorry, task manager, not task manager. Jeez, I saw them both. Oh my god, I got confused. Task scheduler. It was like a smaller version. My eyes just like didn't go to it. So task scheduler is what we want to go to. And again, we can open that up through the start menu, or we could close that and go to the run ability, little run app, and we can actually call it task SCHT task.exe. I don't think that's it. MSC, right. Okay, so now that we have that open over here, what we can do is expand that. I think I'm gonna need to close that notepad a little bit. Yeah, cool. This is our ability to get a glimpse into all of the scheduled tasks that Windows has available to us by default, which is going to be really small unless you're inside of a company with a lot of scheduled things that might occur, but typically not much at first. So there's a bit of an overview over here for you to learn how to work with it. There's an action pane on the right hand side where you can create tasks, you can import them, do a whole bunch of fancy things. You can refresh them. Remember we talked about how these apps are not really real time, and for the most part they're not. So this is where you might need to refresh them. And you can see the general structure of a task of what it looks like over here, like task status, as well as anything that's active right now at this time. So we have a couple things over here that are just sort of configured by default. Now, if we go to task scheduler library, that's what that view down over here is, like a bit of a reference of some of them. We can see that a couple of them actually have some schedules already. So like Microsoft Edge update, this occurs at 10:27 p.m. every day. This is the NPCap Watchdogs. This is another service we're going to learn about later. I'm pretty sure that's actually the Wireshark service that we have installed. Yeah, Wireshark is installed. So Wireshark, when we learn later, is a network protocol analysis tool, and actually has a certain service and some drivers and supporting configuration files to allow it to inspect raw network traffic and visualize it, which we'll learn. So one of those tasks, upon install, configures this abilities for NPCap Watchdog, I believe, I want to say. I should double check that. I feel like that is from Wireshark. NPCap Watchdog Wireshark. Yep, NPCap installation creates a watchdog. Okay. Okay, cool. So that's interesting. Yeah, so I went over, sorry, I had a side tab. So all I did was type in NPCap Watchdog Wireshark. So this is good for you to see. So if you're not sure about something, then you should go inside here and just kind of search that up. So NPCap Watchdog in Wireshark. And this actually got me to the first issue over here. And what this is, so summary, when installing Wireshark 3.4.2, the installation process called schedule tasks to schedule a task to make sure the loopback adapter is enabled if requested. We'll learn about what the loopback adapter is. So that's effectively why that appears there. Pretty cool. I didn't know that actually installs a watchdog. Good to know. So now let's say we wanted to go and create a basic task. Maybe we want to have a task that starts a program when we start up our computer. So we can go on the right-hand side and create a basic task. Okay, there we go. I'm just going to give it a name like start program on boot. And let's say I guess let's say when I log on. We're going to say start a program. And now we need to find a path to it. So a couple different ways we can do this. Let's say we wanted to open up let's say we want to open up PowerShell. So let's say we don't know where PowerShell exists. And this is going to happen to you. Like you're going to want to do something, but you don't know where it is. So you have to either think about looking up documentation or maybe utilizing some of the system resources in such a way. So on the bottom left, we actually have the PowerShell application shortcut pinned over here. So if we click on that, it's now going to start PowerShell. Now, we could go and right click the PowerShell app down here, like the little shortcut pinned. We get the full location of where it actually is. Now, this is saying starting from the system root, which is effectively going to be a bit of a shortcut. So that might throw you for a loop too. So let's go back to Task Manager. Now that Windows PowerShell is running, let's go to Open File Location. So this is effectively saying that our system root over here is an alias for C Windows, and then we get to system 32. So our system root in this case is C Windows. So if you weren't sure, that's how you could come down to that conclusion. And by using Task Manager, we can open up a process, right-click it, open file location, and we're going to get to the actual application executable to where it exists on disk. So now we can go right-click that once more. And I'm actually going to go and, you know, this is so much easier to go from here, actually. Let's go. I'm going to go and put a backslash and just type in PowerShell.exe, but I'm not going to execute it yet. I'm going to highlight it all. Hit Control-C, and you can also do Control-A, Control-C. And let's go back into our task scheduler. We can either go here, or we can go to Browse and enter through that address bar at the top as well too. And if we want, we can just be extra sure, go that way, deleting the application, and then click on it itself just to make sure, if you're not sure, if you maybe had like a typo or mistake. And now this is 100% going to open it. So hit next. So what we're saying is I gave my task a start program on boot. That's what I'm going to call it. We could have used anything. We could have used Notepad. We could have used PowerShell. We could have used Outlook. You name it. But this is how you would create a task to schedule on boot when we log in. Bells, hey, welcome. So now let's go ahead and finish that. And what we can do, I'm actually going to close PowerShell. And we can test our task. So let's go ahead on the right-hand side. Let's actually hit run. And it looks like it works. So we configured it appropriately. Bells, we're going through the SOC 100-1 curriculum. And we are covering scheduled tasks right now. That's what we're doing. This one right here. So we're getting through the basics of Windows, learning how to schedule tasks. So we just configured a task now to schedule Windows PowerShell to start on boot. We're able to track its location by finding the properties of the shortcut or by going through Task Manager after it was open. Cool. Now we can delete the task. We can do a bunch of things over here. Say we created a really good task that we felt was productive. Maybe all of you want to have PowerShell start when as soon as you log in. Maybe. And maybe one of you created a special task you're very proud of. Well, you can go to export down here. And we can call this something like, let's put it on a desktop, like start PowerShell on login. It's probably a better name for it. And now if I wanted, so let's go ahead and delete this. Yeah, well, I don't know why I couldn't see delete for a second. So let's delete that. And now I'm going to do a view, and we're going to go to action and go to refresh. And now I'm going to import a task and see I have this new task for me over here. And let's take a look what it looks like. And now this is an XML document. This is a bit of a structured markup language, or markdown, I think. What was XML again? Markup, yeah, markup. Markdown is the other format. So extensible markup language. And we're going to go to edit this. So I want to open this up actually with Notepad. And this is what Windows stores as your task in this case. So if you were doing some investigation and forensics on a scheduled task that appeared on your workstation, maybe from some malware or whatever it might be, well, you could export it and maybe do some deeper analysis on it before you delete it. So you can see some registration info, author, and such. Maybe there's going to be some nuggets in there for you to track down where it came from. User ID, this is another indicator, little things like that. So it's important to get under the hood. But now that I want to go and import this task back in. And see, when I do that, it actually gives me a pop-up. It's not just like an immediate integration and import. I get a choice. So if I want to change the user group, maybe instead of administrator, remember that little pop-up? You're going to see this appear everywhere. Same with your sysadmin side. You can change that whether user is logged in or not, run with highest privileges, triggers. So you get some customization depending on what you want to do. And now that I've imported it, you can see I have a scheduled task ready. So straightforward, right? Create basic tasks, schedule them at certain times and conditions, allow applications to be configured, also troubleshoot schedule tasks that are not firing or starting, I should say. Cool. Any questions on scheduled tasks? These ones are a little bit quicker. These are easier to get to and understand. It's just learning the operating system. Good. Cool. Let's keep going then. Take a peek inside Discord. Any questions pop up inside there? Nope. Seems all right. Cool. Okay, next lab. Let's take a look at installing and removing software. So what we want to do is we're going to take this download link actually, so that we're all on the same page. I'm going to copy this. You can use that little button here inside of the learning management system, the LMS. And I'm going to go inside here. I'm going to close task. Actually, I should delete that task. So don't freak. So excuse me. So don't freak out later wondering why. Go ahead and delete that. Cool. Alrighty. Okay, so I've copied that link. Now, if you're having trouble bringing links inside of your virtual machine and you're using Chrome, I highly recommend use Chrome. It's just much more compatible. There's a little clipboard icon here at the top, and you may have seen a pop-up appear like allowing you to copy paste. You can click that little clipboard, and this is where you'll find out if your VM, your virtual machine, is not allowing you to copy paste things inside. You want to make sure it says continue allowing this site to use clipboard. So I want to go and I want to open up my browser. I want to hit Control V now because I have that copied. Then I'm going to download that. And notice that it has just immediately downloaded over here. Hit the little folder icon. And now this is sitting inside of my downloads directory. And installing applications inside of Windows is super easy. Just if you're the administrator, you're good to go. Just double click this and we can begin the installation process. You'll have a little pop-up appear typically when you're installing any type of application in Windows. You get these little prompts. This is different than Mac. I know a lot of Mac users typically are starting this. So it's not just like a double click a package and accept it and it just kind of appears. There's a little bit more configuration inside of Windows. And we'll talk more about package managers later, why that's different. So hit OK. Welcome to Notepad++. This will guide me through the installation. Make sure you read these. This is where you can install spyware pretty easily. This is where users can install spyware and adware and things on their computer. This used to be a lot more of a problem. It's better now, but this is still where things can go wrong. So just make sure that you've read this. You're always going to see it's recommended to close all other applications. Hardly ever an issue. Hardly ever an issue. However, if you want to be a good sysadmin over here and you're installing some old legacy stuff that your company might be using, maybe some old Java, Oracle, like old database stuff, old Java support things, I highly recommend you close everything and then just install things with everything closed. Adobe can also be a little tricky if it's like older software too. So that's the only times I'd recommend it. Otherwise, in this day and age, it's not really much of an issue. Now, you're going to see this license agreement. This is typically called like an end user license agreement, like a EULA. You'll see that referred to. Put that down. I don't think anyone reads these. That's the honest hot take right there. I don't think anyone's really reading these. It's basically a license to use the software. Okay. If you're reading these, I think you I don't know, I think you've got too much time in your hands. No one's really reading these. It sounds bad to say, but typically no one is. Now, essentially what these licenses are saying, let me summarize it for you, okay? It's basically saying you can use the software under their conditions and they are not liable for anything that you do with it, and you cannot hold them liable with anything that they use, whatever you agree with. That's basically it. In a lot of words. And then from like I guess from like a software developer reverse engineering view, they're also saying like don't go and poke around under the hood. Yeah, pretty much, Mort. Yeah. It's always your fault. After I hit the I agree button, that's basically it. It is my fault from now on. Whatever I do with this thing. So I agree, sure. So I'm going to hit next, and I'm going to install this. Now, careful with a screen like this. You're typically going to see in software to install with a whole bunch of like check marks of things. For the most part, the default is okay. But you can always go with their minimalist recommendation. Custom... geez, did I just lose all the default stuff? That's really annoying. I don't even remember what it was. I think... Okay, you know what? For all intents and purposes, I'm just going to install everything but localization. I think that's what it was. But typically, this is where you want to see for things like... This is where it was very common to see things like a vast security scanner and like... What was the other one? AVG, I think, was another one very popular before. McAfee, however you want to call it. Norton. Like, you're going to see, like, some software, they get some sponsors, or it's just straight up malware. Like, that's what it is. That's what you're installing. And it's like, oh, install this other app, or like a trial. Just be careful here. So that's one issue that you'll see. Another issue is you might actually... you might see like a check mark to override extensions. Like Adobe loves this. They're like, okay, install our software, and then now everything has to open in our software. And you'll see things like change like PDF reader to open in Adobe, or open up your .doc like .doc or Microsoft Office Word documents, things like that. Like you'll see like an override check mark. Just after you know this, like you never need to remember this information. Just pay attention to the check marks, and you'll see something here to flag, and it's either going to override something, or it's going to install things like plugins and updates, and that's fine. Like that's why you're installing it. But if something doesn't work properly after, remember, you signed the agreement. It's your fault, and you should have paid attention. So that's that. So I'm going to just install this and hit next. And this is where you can typically create a shortcut on desktop. That's entirely up to you. I don't like a cluttered desktop, so I never put shortcuts on it. I'm more of a Linux Mac user, so I do a lot of shortcuts and keys and text, so I typically have a nice clean desktop. Maybe that'll be you, I don't know. But if you like shortcuts on your desktop, that's fine. You can go ahead and do that. I'm not judging. A lot. Maybe a little bit of judgment, but not a lot. Okay. So after you install it, you're going to see a screen that says like run Notepad or run the app. Go ahead and do that if you'd like. So this is Notepad++. And you might see a pop-up appear like an update package is available. Typically never a problem unless you are a super user like a sysadmin or a developer and you need a specific version and you're well aware of this. Just remember that updates mean updates. Things change. That means the furniture is moving around on you. Like imagine you left your house, came home, and everything moved. A little bit. Just like a little bit. You'll notice it. And sometimes a couch might be gone. That's a very like Adobe thing to do. A whole piece of furniture is just going to be gone. Windows is famous for that. Like look at the updates from Windows over the years. Like things have completely changed. And that bothers some people. So that's what updates really mean. Like the layout's going to change, the functionality is going to change, features are going to be included. That's what updates mean. So you can go ahead and update this if you'd like. That's fine. You'll see pop-ups appear. Like you might need to close it for the update to occur, and another installation process will continue. Yes. Next. Let's run it again. 8.7. So here's Notepad++. Pretty cool little app. This is a text editor. You can also write and develop code inside here too. I love Notepad++. It's simple. It's basically Notepad++. That's really it. It's Notepad, but everything else inside of it. So it's a text editor. It's a place where you can write code. You can do just about anything in here. It's a pretty powerful tool. I won't get into the depth of it, but there's a lot you can do. And I'm actually going to keep it on the system here for now, because I'm going to go and put all of our SOC notes inside of it, because it's just nicer to work in. So I'm going to save that, and then I'm going to close this, and I'm going to keep it now open as I go along. It doesn't take up a lot of resources either. And if we want to double check, all right, we'll go to Task Manager. And Notepad++ is using a whopping 10.2 megs. What about the, where's Notepad++? Okay, it's using 10 megs of memory. Barely any CPU. So nice and good. I'm going to leave that open, and we're going to go inside of there. We're going to do word wrap at the top. And that's a little bit cleaner to work with. Yeah, cool. I'm just looking at the stream screen. Yeah, you can see it over there. It looks good enough. Cool. So CI is saying, okay, wait, first of all, so CI, what's a good antivirus for good antivirus software? Honestly, Windows Defender is, so the built-in Windows Defender and firewall settings and virus threat protection is more than good enough for you to use right now. Like, so if you have Windows at home, you are totally fine with that. Seriously. There are results and tests that are done every single year that show the various different types of infections that can happen, like different types of malware intrusion. That could be like loaders, it can be injectors, it could be hijackers, it could be a variety of different types of vectors that could come inside, and Defender does a really good job. Like it's at the top. And it's free, it's built in. So Defender is going to be more than good enough for you. If you want something that's an additional layer of protection, I always recommend Malwarebytes, even for Mac as well too. Malwarebytes is really good, and we're going to learn more about different types of sysadmin tools later, but to get you started, Malwarebytes is really good. And we're also going to learn, Mac has Objective-C, not the code, but Objective-C. I'll put that inside a chat. A lot of good tools over there. To KS advice, yes. So I don't have an antivirus at home. I've been in the field a number of years. I don't personally need it. I have my own like investigation analytics diagnostic tools I use if needed, but yes. I don't click on things. I don't download weird things. And I would honestly recommend, before an antivirus, you want to use a browser extension first. And if you use something like uBlock Origin, this is going to, for the most part, that's going to protect you from just about anything that you're going to be clicking on. It blocks all the redirects and weird things. Now, it might block some things at websites, additionally, that you need to just disable uBlock as you go, but that's going to be your best layer of defense, because the most common compromise, like the most initial access on, and we're going to learn about that later, the most common form, that vector coming in, is going to be through like your email, through clicking things and interacting with things that way. Very rarely are you going to have actually downloaded actual malware and ran it. And Windows is pretty good about it these days, that it's going to protect you, honestly. So that's your best bet. For now. We're going to learn more later on that stuff. Mord, I don't think Zed's available on Windows yet, is it? I don't know. Honestly, I don't use Windows for my dev. Yeah. I use Cursor now. So for some of the power users over here, maybe Mord, I guess you sound a little bit more experienced yourself. I like Cursor. That's a really good editor. You can hook it up with your OpenAI as well too. You can have ChatGPT plugged in. I find it better than Copilot. And VS Code's really good too. Those are better. It's just the VM is, I wouldn't recommend you have those things running. They're just like Notepad++ is good and light to kind of keep your notes as you go along. But outside of that, Cursor, VS Code are great. And then Obsidian and Notion are really good, just general note-taking applications to keep everything going. Cool. I think we're done, right, with that? Yeah, scheduled tasks. That straightforward. Let's move over. This is installing and removing software. We're done. I think we're done with this. I'm not going to uninstall it. Actually, I'll show you how to, but I'm not going to uninstall it. And then KS, yeah. Obsidian, I really like versus Notion. I'm a security person. I don't like that Notion has the ability to just go in. They say they can't read your data, and they won't, but they do. It's under the agreement to be able to read your data in the event of like support. They can log in and access for like troubleshooting and support. It's part of your agreement. Now, I don't know if that's still the case, but I know that was the case when I looked back at this like a year ago, and I just never looked back on it at that point. And yes, they're probably never going to, but if they're ever compromised, I don't like that fact. So Obsidian is local. They'll never be able to go inside and look at your information and your data. So if I'm storing a lot of like work personal information, then I use my own offline sources, whether that's a bunch of things that I won't say to reveal that. But Obsidian would be one of them that I prefer to store things. Yeah, KS. So Obsidian's a full app. It's super light. It's very performant, and it has a really good ability to... It's a different type of database storage than Notion. You write Obsidian to become like a linked brain, I guess, put it that way. Okay, so if I wanted to remove software now, let's say I wanted to do that. So you go to Start menu button, and if I were to type in like Notepad++, typically you can right click it over here on the Start menu, and you can go to uninstall. Now the old conventional way of doing this was going and hitting the Start menu button, typing add remove, and you get to add remove programs. And this is also where we're going to see Windows features later when we get to Enterprise. We go inside here, and you can find your software, so like Notepad++, and you would just go and click on uninstall. And all what it's going to do is just walk you through the same steps. That's it. Sometimes you require a reboot as well. Nice. All right, so how we doing? We are, okay, yeah, we'll do the registry next, and then I think we'll take another quick break, and then we'll do command prompt and PowerShell. Registry is... Registry is kind of... It's kind of like the kernel, like how we had to talk about the kernel so much. Registry is another big... yeah, Karina, you're welcome for sure, yeah. I figured because like we're starting to cover so much ground that it's not just the GUI anymore, right? Like we can't just be like, oh, click here and stuff. Like you need like a note list. So I'm just gonna take some notes for you all. But yeah, the registry is effectively, it's a larger discussion we'll have as well right now. Because it's unique to Windows. Which is interesting. Roll up. Let's close that up. And let's move over to the registry. See, I know I'm not using my Mac right now. No. I need to upgrade my Mac if I'm going to go and put it back for streaming like this. It's a decent Mac, but I had to switch over. So this is like my gaming PC. But, so it's got 64 gigs of memory. But my Mac's got 32, and I started streaming with it initially first, and it started to choke. So 32 is not enough. And it's the M series, so it wasn't a CPU thing. It was just bottlenecking on memory for all the stuff that I'm doing. But the video editing, everything, I still prefer on Mac. The software is just more stable, more compatible. It doesn't really crash as often. Windows gets really angry. Yeah, I definitely... You know what? I need to get some proper emotes for this channel. So all I'm gonna say back to you, KS, is 07. That's all I'm gonna say. Yeah. I think the days of 32 gigs of memory are over. 64 and up. So I need to, this Mac I need to upgrade. It's due. It's like I think 3-ish years old now. But I'm very intensive with what I use computers for. You don't have to do that. All right. Yeah. Yeah, we do. Yeah. In the last couple of gens of the Intel side, I don't know, like they're okay. But I think we need like a bigger leap. Cool. So the registry. The shortest answer for when you're just getting started with this is that the Windows registry is just, it's a database. Okay? Imagine a giant Excel table, because a lot of us have used Excel or have seen it, or Google Sheets before we've been exposed to it. Imagine a giant database with a lot of tables and rows, columns, and things linked to one another. That is effectively the registry at a high level. And just like how Excel and Google Sheets has like column A and B and all those things with like A2, B7, right? Like, and then you put a value inside there. It's very similar to how the registry would be able to function as well too. It's a giant database like that, and it has these things called key value stores. And there are keys upon keys upon keys that They're called a lot of different things, like file path, like we've seen it, right? Like, okay, for example, services. We talked about this actually. Bluetooth. This service that starts over here, calling SVC host, service host, and points to the local service. This Bluetooth service actually has a path in the registry to be referred to when this service starts. You're not going to see it here, but as this thing was configured, as the service was initially installed and configured, it created an entry inside of a key with the value of where to actually start this Bluetooth service. That's an example. The desktop wallpaper. So this wallpaper in the back, this has a location in the registry that Windows knows to point and refer to draw the background desktop to this image. Just about everything in Windows points to something in the registry. Like I said, it is a giant database. Whenever you need to refer to like a location, a path, a configuration, a setting, a stored value, anything like that, for the most part, will refer to the registry. And if it's not in the registry, then it's going to exist inside of configuration files or runtime values. And a runtime value would be something like the task manager when we saw, where was the details? See these PIDs? Those process identifiers, those process IDs, those PIDs, they are runtime values. So they don't actually exist inside the registry or a configuration file. They exist only temporarily when things are running. So the registry is not going to be storing things like that. So when services and processes and applications, when these things are all firing, when they're running, there's going to be things like these PIDs. And these things are runtime values, or they're also called ephemeral. Ephemeral is a notion and term that it is temporary, it's used, and then gone for all intents and purposes. So these are ephemeral values, just like ephemeral ports that we have later on that we're going to learn about networking. These are high value numbers in networking that are used and called and then discarded and reused as needed. Same with PIDs. They're kind of just used as needed and then discarded. If we were to run some software temporarily, it would start up, and maybe we wanted to enter some value into it, like our name. Maybe it needed our name, and it would tell us something back. It uses that. That's a runtime value, and then it discards it because it's not stored anywhere. However, if we wanted to store our name for the application to always know us and know our name, then we would have a configuration file that would maybe have like user.name, and that's how we get this, like user.name. And that configuration value would be in a file, or it would be inside the registry at that point. That's it. Essentially, that's it. So the registry plays a very integral role for configurations and values to be called for, and certain operations to be set at certain times. So the system can always refer to it. It's a pretty good database. Now, however, remember we talked about the kernel, like that engine. Imagine you flip the hood of your car and open up your engine, your kernel, and you remove the spark plug, or you lifted a spark plug up a little bit, or maybe you change the temperature at which the engine should cool itself. So you know how you have like your engine temperature on your dashboard, and just about everyone's seen that. And you change that switch. Well, the engine's just going to refer to that switch and say, okay, cool self when temperature needle passes the middle, right? You can change that value, like if you tweaked the engine. Very similarly, the registry can provide such values for the kernel to call different user processes in user space, in user land, and it can do different things for you depending on those types of settings. So it's very dangerous at the same time. The registry is not a place to go messing around with. It's a place to enter with caution. Because if you change something around, you're going to run into a weird issue. Does that make sense? I try to give like a circular view, starting from what we learned yesterday with the kernel and the engine and coming back. It'll make more sense, I guess, when we start using it, but at a high level, does anyone not understand? Yeah, that it is a database, effectively. A list of configurations. Okay, cool. All right, so if we want to access the registry now, we can do that within user space. We have the direct ability to do that. So we can open up, we type in registry, or just reg, you'll see registry editor appear. A giant database of configuration for and yeah, that runtime. Cool. So some notes over there. All right, so we open up the registry. Open it from geez, not form, from. All right, so now that that is open, here is the registry. Now, we're going to see a couple different things here. I'm going to try to make this as digestible as possible as well. The registry, these are, they have like these weird names, okay? HKey classes root, HKey current user, and typically you're going to see these referred to as like HKLM. And HKey actually stands for handle to a key. That's why it's called HKey. And this is just like old naming convention. Like it's, for all intents and purposes, a handle to a key would provide the value. Like what is your handle? Kind of like your handle, like your name, like your call sign, right? This goes deeper into other terms that we don't need to get into. But just understand that a handle to a key has a name, has a value. And you're going to see this recalled to as like key values, KV. This is used in a lot of programming languages. The computer structure itself is built around this like key value. And what that kind of looks like, I will show down over here. A key it could be something like name, Anthony, something like that. Like that would be effectively like a key value. I'm also going to zoom in a little bit. So this is how the user knows, this is how the computer knows like my current user .name is what it is, key values. So let's talk about some of these main ones. I'm going to try to think how to Yeah, I'm trying to think how to quickly put this all together. Okay, so your class's root. Actually, I think, didn't I summarize this already? Yeah, I did. Yeah, I think it might be even better to kind of refer to that list inside of this. This is probably the fastest way to understand it. So this is a good reference over here inside of the lab itself. Because when I was writing that, I was like, this is probably how you want to actually remember it. It makes the most sense for you. Understand for now that like your handled keys are H key, and just you can refer to them as like H key for now. But eventually you're going to refer to them as like HKLM. But the class's root is where we're going to have like file extensions. This is how Windows understands that like a .txt file opens up inside of Notepad. So again, like key, Notepad, extension, .txt, something like that. Current user. Current user, for example, is where we have all of our settings for us. Like my desktop, my folder structure, like how I prefer things. It's a lot of preferences. What files I start up with. So remember when we configured the Notepad, PowerShell to configure for us on start? I'm actually scheduling something to start up just for us, like my own current user, depending on the configurations that I choose. So this all has to be stored somewhere. And remember we talked about that level of like representation and abstraction. Like the recycle bin is not actually showing you what is truly deleted. Same thing. The file explorer, task scheduler, and all these things are just representations of data buried further in to make it easier for us to understand. So if we configure something to start up with us, chances are we're going to be able to find it inside of the registry or a config file that the registry will refer to or something. Now, local machine is quite similar. Local machine is for all users, though. That's a good way to kind of think about it. And this one's dangerous because it's regardless of whoever the active user is. Like, if I were to configure a very potent piece of malware that would start up a keylogger or a crypto miner, something like that, I wouldn't want it to start up on just a specific user. I would want it to start up on every user. That's where you would put something inside of like local machine. HKey users. So that one is effectively, that's kind of like a mirror, if you will. It kind of pulls information of all the users, and it's just a referenceable area. And then the current config. Yeah, so this provides, I'm trying to think of like other things. So for example, this is like your printer information, Bluetooth, maybe. I think Bluetooth is either like a Bluetooth adapter, network adapter, memory, CPU. So this is like your hardware. That's really it. So getting started, that's like at a high level, just think about that for now. Don't go too in the weeds further than that. I think you're going to overwhelm yourself. Just know, for example, that what we're going to be referring to the most when we are starting with the registry, especially from sysadmin, we're going to be looking at current user, local machine, and current config. So HKCU, HKLM, and HKCC. That's typically where we're going to be looking at things inside of the registry. And I'm shortening that because that's what it's going to be called soon. So let's say I wanted to go and see where things would run at startup for my current user. I would go over here to HK, current user, and I would go to software, go to Microsoft. Yeah, Microsoft, and current version. Windows, current version, run. Okay. So this is effectively like this address. Remember how we had the address bar inside of here? Oops. We went to like documents. Notice how we have an address to reference our administrator folder. We also have an address. Everything has an address. Everything has a home and an identifier. It has to. Like that's how you're seeing this, right? Like this trend. This is an address of where this configuration of this key value could exist for different types of entries. Now, we're going to run into... This is, I guess, this is where you could see malware hiding, first of all. And this is where we're going to be looking later on for like the cybersecurity triage kind of things. Like you might want to look inside here for like run keys is what they're called, like run once. And we'll look at that later. But that's effectively it. So I think you can see by the brevity of this over here, there is no one that memorizes all of these. Okay? So for those of you in the chat, you're learning this stuff right now. No one is memorizing all of these registry values. Not happening. The individual developers are coming up, like with Wireshark, doing this and looking with what they need. Yeah. See, I knew it. That's why I said it. Like, it's such a... Every single time when a student sees, like, registry first, or, like, they're like, oh, I gotta, like, know all this stuff. No. No. It's impossible. It's like when we get to group policy later, like no one remembers all of that, but what they do know is the general concept. The general concept that the registry is going to store some information for a user or the machine or the hardware. So if you're troubleshooting things, that's where you need to look. And if you're configuring things, that's where you need to look. And then you can look up documentation as needed. Okay? So I just wanted to kind of go and bury in a little bit to show you like how to get to one specific area before we continue. Imagine I said you have to memorize all this. It might feel like you do sometimes, but it's not like that. So. No. Zeno. It's effectively been the same. I don't have a whole like history of all the changelog, but it's effectively been like this. I mean, I remember messing around with the registry in Windows 95. Shit, that was like... How long ago was that? What was the release date? What was it? Yeah, it was 95. Yeah. It's been like this for a long time. It's effectively always just been this giant registry configuration database. Key values for different things. It's kind of like when we get to Linux, you're going to see, like the Linux file system hasn't changed either. Linux doesn't even have a registry. It's just everything's a file, and we'll talk about that when we get there. So, I mean, I guess I'll answer to you in this way. Why would there be a need to change the registry or that type of thing? Because truthfully, all what it is just a giant database of like, name this, path that, value this. That's all it is. It's just a giant store of data to refer to for other things. No. Joe, the registry is not part of the kernel. I mean, yeah, so Zeno, I guess, so under the hood, I'm sure the registry, I'm sure everything in Windows and Linux has been optimized better to be ran better with different hardware architecture, better database optimization. I'm sure that's happened. I don't have an answer to walk you through how or what, but I'm sure that has to have happened. But how we access it in user space through this view of key value stores, no. And no, the registry is not part of the kernel. The registry is stored data. So this is something that is stored, just like other files on your disk. the kernel refers to it. The kernel refers to the registry, just like applications refer to it that live in user space. And remember I talked about like the car engine? Like the car engine knows when to turn on the coolant after a certain needle has passed. You would set that type of value inside of the registry, which let's go and set something actually. You can see. Let's go and set a run thing here. I'm going to go to new, and you're going to see there's a bunch of different types of values. Not that many, really. It's quite simple. CI, yeah, the streams are just for the content and the modules for me to walk you through it and provide like analogies and examples and answer questions. And then the challenges are for you to do on your own. I'm not going to walk through those. Yeah, all good. So if I want to provide any type of like path, like file path, like text, I need what's called a string value. If I need to set a flag of like on off, remember we talked about binary, and we'll learn more about binary, about like zeros and ones. We would use like a binary value. If I need certain large values, we work with multi-string and bit length, which we'll learn a little bit more about later. So for all intents and purposes, let's go and walk through what type of key. We're going to create a string key over here and see how it immediately prompts us for a value. And let's say I wanted to have Notepad open up. So I could go and I could type this in, but maybe someone wants to tell me how I could go. We showed earlier how we found the file location for something. Why don't one of you tell me? And then we'll take a break after that and then hop into CMD and PowerShell. So I want to know, how do I get the value of the notepad.exe path, the original exe on the system, so I could put that value here? Like, how do I find that? We did it earlier with PowerShell. Yes, good. Perfect. Good. Okay, good. You're tracking. Nice. Right-click Notepad, go to open file location, or if it's running, go to from like the pin location. So this is a shortcut. Properties, this is pointing to, here's my target, and we know that that's the C Windows drive. So we can do open file location as well. And we know that it's a notepad.exe file. So notepad.exe. So I'm going to go inside here, and I'm actually going to point to that. Okay. So now we're saying that my current user, this is a run key to start things when I log in. That it should be able to, you see that? You see that little pop at the bottom right? And you wanted an antivirus. There you go. There's Windows letting you know these days. So to change this later, you can go to Settings, Apps, and Startup. And Windows actually shows you, it actually shows you notepad.exe is now configured to start on boot. And it knows that because the location in the registry. Yeah. Thanks, KS. Yeah. Remember, yeah, applications are executable files. But you see how Windows caught it right away? So now it's not a virus, so it's fine. It's just letting us know. Now, if what we wanted to do, if we wanted to modify this, and this is kind of what like malware will do sometimes, it'll modify something, or it'll straight up delete it. We could go to, let's call this like start notepad, or not state. Start notepad. Then I could go to, I could export this registry key. Okay. This is where it'll actually live. Let's put that on a desktop and say, let's call this malicious notepad. All right. So I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to delete this now. And I am going to see how it's gone now. And if I go just to view and refresh just to make sure. Now let's go inside of my desktop. And here's malicious notepad. Now let's do something to improve our experience as users. If we hit the view tab, because now we're getting into like file extension things, we want to actually check off file name extensions so we can always see what they are. That's going to be helpful. So we can see that this is a .reg file. Now, once upon a time, so game design, I'll get to you in a second. So once upon a time, it was pretty common that you would have viruses kicking around, like drive-by downloads, like you would like download something and you run it, and it's actually a registry key. So like I would run this, and it gives you a bit of a warning, and it says that this has actually been added now. So it's actually inside the registry now. And if I go back into the startup apps and go back over here and I go to system, startup, you can see Notepad's back. So let's go and actually inspect what this file looks like. And we'll go to edit and note how it looks. It's a .reg file, and it says right away, or it's going to go, here's a registry hive, and we'll talk more about the hives in a moment. But this is, oh, the music stopped, didn't it? Let's restart that. So it went to the HKey current user, handled key, so HKCU, software, Microsoft, Windows, current version, run. And it's called start notepad, and it gives us this path. So you might be wondering, like, why are there double backslashes too? And we're going to learn about escape characters, what it's called, to allow this string to be interpreted that this actually is a backslash, that it's not something else. And we'll learn more about that when we start getting to scripting and stuff. So this is why sometimes you'll see double backslashes. It's to make sure that it's interpreted as a backslash and not something else. And this is from old like limitations and legacy design, and to ensure like specific things are being interpreted. We'll come back to that. But that is why you'll see double backslash sometimes. So let's actually see what happens. I'm going to save this. These are my notes over here. And I am going to go. And then while we're rebooting, I'll give you an answer, game design. So I'm going to reboot. Let that load. So game design, good to have you here. First of all, thank you. Welcome. So you also want to become, you want to work in cybersecurity, and good to have you here. So we're actually going through the SOC 100 course together. This is over here. This is the SOC 100 course. You can check it out. Join that with us. We're going through all the way We're going to be covering Windows, Linux, networking, Windows Enterprise, help desk analyst, troubleshooting, and this is part 1 of a 5-course series. Take us all the way from basics to tier 1 analyst. So we're going through it together. Oh, that booted up really quick. Yeah, cool. So here it is. So we turned it on, and Notepad's it's actually hit us right away. So that's effectively how I've used Notepad, but that's effectively how malware can be configured. Same thing. And this is how sometimes where, like, you know, a user would complain, this was very common before, like, oh, something's starting up every time I start up my computer. Well, you'd find it inside that registry key, likely. Much craftier ways to do it, but that's one area where you want to look and find and see, okay, well, that's weird. So if you were like a tier 1 analyst or even a help desk analyst and the user ran an Excel file and they opened it up and they thought it was an Excel file, but nothing happened, this is an area that you might want to investigate. So we can go inside the registry now. And thankfully it's stored on the same. Thanks, KS. I think I have to like make you a mod. KS. So yes, the start menu over here, not start menu. The start run keys over here is where we'll find that type of activity. That's one. There's so many. There's so many. And we're going to learn about the ones that we need to learn about. But effectively, that is where you will go and troubleshoot things. Like if you're trying to troubleshoot an old software running like old Java stuff, Oracle, right? Like Adobe things, maybe you need to apply a quick patch based on the vendor recommendation. You might have to come in the registry and do it. And if there's malware in the computer, it may actually be living here inside of this run key. So yeah. Now let's go and delete it. Let's go remove Notepad from starting up. And it's gone. Now Notepad's not going to start up anymore. Does that make sense? Cool. So solidifying foundation modules, I mean, I don't see why not. I think we're going to cover a lot. I think we're going to cover a lot more than basic help desk workers actually know, personally. I think like what I just showed you, identifying a run key where malware could hide on day 2 is something that I know that like IT help desk workers in the field aren't even that familiar with. So we're going to cover a lot. I don't know if you need to skip it, but there's nothing wrong with doing it either. It's entirely really up to you. I always recommend people to go through IT. Personally, I think it's good exposure. Just if you are going to work in IT, like just don't try not to end up in a job where like your job is just like resetting passwords. Remember? Okay, look, if this is your job to right click this and go to computer management in a different piece of software and go to local users and then go to guest or sorry, go to properties, or rather, what am I doing over here? And you have like something disabled and you check this and that's your job. Congratulations. It didn't take that long to figure that out, right? But there are jobs out there that are related around this. Like, oh, I'm going to like reset someone's password or like add them to a group. So I don't know. Yeah, so like Kay is saying, like you left your first IT job. Like try not to end up in a position like that. And if you do, then make the most out of it and move on, because you're just there to provide a layer between the customer and the business, and you're going to get paid very low to do it, and you're not going to be challenged a lot. And as soon as you can be automated, you will be. It's like the most basic form of IT, and yeah, you don't necessarily want to do that. Now, if you work in IT positions going up the ladder and you're doing like server administration and server deployment, awesome. Like, yes, that's really good experience, and you might actually love it. And like myself, I loved working in IT in those types of positions where like you're interfacing with people, you have like complex projects you have to work with and manage. Like the work it takes to plan and manage and change an old server, like an old 2008 server that's just should be dead by now, up to a later and modern version, and that everything works, all of the stuff is imported properly, all the software, all the network and group policies. That's a lot of work. And it's actually pretty interesting. It's actually really challenging too. And IT gets you to work a lot more with people as well. So if you like that, you get to talk to people, work with people, you'll like IT even more. And remember that cybersecurity is a subset of IT. There's a lot of security things to do inside of IT. Backups, permissions, all the stuff that we're doing. It's still security. And security just used to be part of IT. And yeah, if you go work at an MSP, like Cass is saying, you're going to learn a ton. So much to learn. So enjoy it. Don't rush through it. But yeah, I think we'll stop there. You know, the last thing I was going to say also is registry hives. That was the last thing. Oh, wow. I was changing the changelog this entire time. Lovely. Let's change this actually to... see that. So the last thing that I wanted to say just about the registry itself. What I didn't clarify earlier was hives. So these are registry hives, and they're called hives because it's just like that. Instead of calling it like a database, you're calling it a hive of key value pairs that are all like individual nuggets of things, individual configs, individual pieces of data. And we refer to those as a registry hive. And you'll hear about this later, like registry hive attacks, registry hive dumping, things like that. So for all intents and purposes for you at this point in time as getting started in IT, you want to know that the registry exists, as we mentioned, as a giant database of config key value store information for the kernel and operating system processes and applications to refer to retrieve information like username, desktop background, resources to be called, executable paths. As we just saw, we configured Notepad to be starting up inside of here, inside of a run key, which is the run key value that Windows, that the kernel will refer to on boot with all the startup services to look for anything that should start up on boot for this current user under the HKCU or the HK current user hive. That's it. That's what you need to know. And then you might need to troubleshoot it for like patches, looking for like conflicts, like errors that might occur, and looking up documentation. And then we'll take a break here. I think we might go like a little bit over 2 p.m. today. We'll see. Also, thanks for the follows, Game. I need to get those alerts set up on stream so I can see them. But Game Design, thank you. OW. Mord, thank you. Thanks, Mord. DVL. Arnie, Chrome, Grass. Bunch of extra follows today. Thank you all. This is day 2. I'm going to go take a little beer back. You all should as well. Don't run Python under fish, huh? I don't know if I like fish, personally. Or more of a Z-shell guy. Okay. Be back. right. Welcome back. Are back. Back in action. Cool. Oh, Patricia, thanks for the follow. Nice. Just hit the goal as well, too. Cool. Thanks for following. All right. We are now moving on to the command prompt. So there's some more information for you over here if you want to refer to different registry values, like string types, D-word, binary, etc. So additional information if you want to get a little bit deeper. Don't need to yet. Don't overwhelm yourself. Like I said, for the most part, you just want to get used to navigating the registry as needed for support and troubleshooting and debugging at this point in time. And we're aware of the run key for malicious entries to be starting up on startup. And make sure you're answering those questions too in the on-demand content when you get through it. Next, we're going to be diving into CMD. And Mord, reading your message now. So running a Z cursor, create an Angular app for displaying. Scrape data from Amazon. Yeah. Yeah, free cursor is good. I have my OpenAI stuff integrated with it just because of all the use cases. I've really been getting into all the use cases with machine learning and different models, little home lab stuff that I've been working on. So yeah, pretty cool how fast you can rip things together though. But all right, let's finally do it. Let's get over to CMD. So we're going to run through several commands just to get used to it, get working with it. And the way that the course is structured, like Linux is going to get really heavy with the command line. So we introduce it just enough in Windows on CMD command prompt and PowerShell to get used to it. But then Linux dives so much more. It's like full of command line administration. And then we have networking. We actually hop back on the command line. So instead of like all your command line at once, we've put it in the sections where they belong. Like in networking, we're going to look up like IP config, DNS. We're going to work with APIs on the command line. We're going to work with SSH, SCP, other protocols. So we're going to actually jump back on the command line later for the areas that it's pertinent to, just like in Windows Enterprise Network and Help Desk Analyst. Like once we get to these sections, we're going to be again on the command line for the areas that it's important to, instead of just saying like, oh, here's everything at once, because it doesn't really help you. So right now we're just getting used to what it's like. So let's close up the registry. Last note over there, it's right. Okay, so CMD, first thing first, it is the command prompt. This goes way back. CMD, MS-DOS. Remember we looked at this yesterday? This is what I grew up with. This was once upon a time. This was what we grew up with, command prompt. Where's a better image? Yeah, pretty much this. This is what your home computer used to look like before. That was it. That's what I grew up with. Just a screen like this. There was no Windows. More saying roadblocks in AI are with version intelligence. It gives a lot of bad advice. You have to go back to the old Google. Yeah, AI hallucination is really bad. So still right now, I think what I have found it to be useful in is training it. Like general purpose, like answer me this. Not that great, but training a model and then tweaking it and saying what it did wrong and then telling it what to do right and then giving it data to work with gives very, very accurate accurate. I was looking at Angular when I read that. It gives very accurate advice. Yeah. Did you use Norton Commander? Like what? Like, are you talking about like Commander Keen? Like way back? I didn't use Norton Commander otherwise. Difference between CMD and PowerShell. Yeah, we're gonna cover that, KS, as we kind of go through. That's a big one. Let's close that up. Also good to have you here, Nix. So CMD, the command prompt. This is it over here. The command prompt actually... So yeah, like I said, this goes back to DOS, like the DOS days. This is an old legacy text-based input system to your operating system. This allows you to interact with kernel, with other systems, other processes by text only. That was the original version. And command prompt is from way back in the day. That's where this comes from. CMD is what we call it as now. And they've persisted it, like they've kept it inside of Windows because it is good in its own way. It still provides a lot of legacy format. And arguably some of the commands are a little bit easier to work with, I think, still. And PowerShell, when we get to the next module, you'll see PowerShell is a purposeful built... PowerShell was a purposeful built scripting language that is... It was built directly, solely, I should say, primarily to interact with the Windows operating system, the Windows API calls, and Windows domain connections, as well as the .NET framework. So the Microsoft .NET framework, which we can discuss later, but because you're still new, effectively is a giant framework of reusable modular type of code that you can kind of grab together and assemble and put together software very quickly. It all relies on a very easy to work with modular set of reusable code. I guess I'm going to stick with that for now, because I don't really want to overwhelm where we're at. And there's a lot of other great benefits to it for .NET, but PowerShell can work directly with the .NET framework to interface with Windows and software and apps and servers. It comes built in with that ability. Whereas other programming languages that are more generalized require a lot more configuration out of the box to do that. So PowerShell is quite powerful in that way. Hence the name. I'm not trying to be... it wasn't a dad joke. Legit. Like, PowerShell is quite powerful. It's called that for a reason. It has limitations, though, which we'll talk about in the next lab. And now CMD is something, like I said, it was the old original version to interact with the operating system and kernel with basic commands and basic input-output. It's very effective. It does everything that you need it to do. Not really needed to be used anymore, but if you know it, then you can work with it. So if you want an example, if I were to... Here's an example. Here's a command from CMD that directly interfaces, after I run it, with the Windows with the Windows kernel. This is going to tell the hardware afterwards to shut down. So you can directly interface with the kernel from the text-based prompt. Now, you could do that with Windows GUI as well too, but you'd have to kind of click around here, you have to go to that, you have to go shut down and everything. And he sends a signal. So a text-based prompt is it's a much faster, more customizable way to do it. Because look through the GUI, right? If I were to go to start, power, shutdown, this is it. I have 3 options. I can't do anything else. Now look at all the different ways that I can shut down Windows off this command. I can restart, I can hibernate, I can do a whole bunch of things. I can comment. There's a lot. Welcome to the command line. So you get to see, now I can issue commands to the operating system and to the kernel in the ways that I need. It allows full customization, instant ability to change it on the fly, and you can chain things together to create sequences of events in your preference. Whereas the GUI is meant to do certain things and certain things only. So there's some limitations with the GUI. This is why we eventually try to push you onto the command line to get better with your operating and sysadmin abilities. Not to say that there's anything particularly wrong with the GUI, but you're going to run into some limitations at some point. And remember, we talked about the engine. A good mechanic knows how to get under the engine, like under the hood, and fix this thing. That's how you need to get to be an IT inside of cybersecurity as well. So, let's actually run some commands. Simple command, we can type in version, VER. This tells us our version of Windows. And there's some interesting information like the build number. Certain versions and builds of Windows provide different features and different packages and support. Nick, you're saying Norton Commander was a text-based GUI. Oh no, I never used that. No. When I grew up with DOS, by the time I started to like work with how old was I? I must have been like 7, messing around with DOS. It's like I didn't really need to use it for a lot of things other than basic commands like this. And by the time I started to learn more about computers, like Windows 95, XP was coming out and everything, so I hopped on more over there and then started to use CMD as needed with inside of it. And then Notepad. Notepad was my friend since the beginning. Yeah, thanks, Cass. Yeah, so you can call apps as well too from the command from CMD. So if I went to like desktop and I did like Notepad malicious, you could call Notepad to open things up. So let me go back, kind of walk through that. So let's look at some commands. If I wanted to see the current directory listing, I would use a command like dir, and I can see what is exactly inside the admin folder, and this is the same representation of what is living inside of C users administrator. Same thing. And if I wanted to change my current directory, I could use the cd command and go to cd documents. Now, I'm going to stop there and I'm going to hit the tab key. Okay. And then I'm going to go backspace again and I'm going to hit the tab key. And you can see what's happening. It's auto-completing things for me. Please get in the habit, use tab autocomplete. Now, if I were to type in just D, I can hit tab over and over and over again. And it's going to give me the possible solutions that are available. And if I hold Shift tab, I can go backwards. So forwards downloads, Shift tab, backwards documents, and these are my available options from my current position when I typed D. If I typed in DO, you see how it only says downloads and documents, because I've told it that anything after DO I want as an option. So I hit enter, and notice now how this prompt has changed. Hence the command prompt. This is my prompt. I am saying to run anything here, like this space, from this position, from C users administrator documents. So I could go and run another dir command, and I could go cd. And if I didn't know, CD is going to bring me back to, whoops. It's not going to do that. I've actually never tried that. I'm thinking about it in Linux. So if I go to CD over here, you can see that there are some available prompts for me. And this is coming right from my home directory. This is just a little handy shortcut. But if I want to go to Windows PowerShell, I put a W in front, and then if I hit tab, nothing's going to happen, so I can go inside there. dir. Cool. Now if I wanted to go back up, and we can take a look at this inside of this view. Makes make more sense. Administrator. Documents. Notice I'm starting from local disk. You see how it goes down to users, down to administrator, down to documents, down to Windows. So you see how it's going down. So if I want to go up one level, I could do cd ... Now you see how I've gone back up. cd ... Now I'm back at administrator. cd ... Now I'm back at users. And I can do the same. I can go forwards now. And I can also do multiple folders at the same time. I could go cd administrator tab. And remember, you need that backslash. Now I can go through all the folders there. So let's go to documents. And notice why those quotes appeared. They appeared once I hit a space. Once you have a space, you have to wrap things in quotes. So cd administrator. Whoops, I wanted to show something else. Documents. Windows PowerShell. And I'm all there at once. So you don't have to go folder by folder, kind of like how you do on the GUI. You can kind of work like on the address bar. So I could go from here. And if I highlight this with my mouse, and if I right click it, it's going to immediately copy it. Get rid of that CD in the front. Oh, whoops, users. There we go. So this address bar, this address bar works kind of similarly to how you could work on the command line. Very, very, very similar. Without the space? KS, what are you talking about? Were we talking about WinVer without the space? It still pops up. Or were you talking about like the folders? Oh. No. I know, because I know in Linux it'll take you back, and I just could have like defaulted. I never even thought about that in Windows, but yeah. Let's see. Okay, so let's create an error. I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna type a bunch of things. It's saying this is not recognized. Cannot complete. So here's your error. Here's like your first error statement. You're going to have to, if you want to be effective in IT and dev, tech, cybersecurity, error statements are your best friend. You're going to have to start getting better at interpreting errors. Take your time with them. So let's go and let's do another one. If I type in clear. Clear is not recognized. What was to remember that site off the top of my head. Windows version of explain shell. What's it called? Like, is it called X64 or something? SS64, yes. Here's a great website. I already go to CMD. Here's all of your CMD commands. You remember when I said that no one remembers all the registry hives? And the keys? No one's remembering all the commands either. They remember just like the basics of what they need. And if they're a dev, then they're remembering how to write code and development in that language and the commands that they need. And then they're looking up documentation as needed. Cool. We'll catch up there. So, yes, CI. CLS is the right command. But if I wanted to, let's say CMD, clear. That's annoying that they have that as a Google search. I would totally just recommend you Control F and do it that way. So you've got a couple different ways to do it. Clear event logs, clear the screen. What about like net? Remember we used net before? Here's actually where you can see what this command is doing. Use the manage network resources as follows. So net file, net use, all that stuff. File and printer sharing. Lots of good stuff. Net accounts, user group policy. Here's all your documentation you need if you need to look something up. So let's go ahead and run the clear screen command, clear CLS, and that clears the screen. Keeps our workspace nice and clean. Now let's go ahead and start making some directories and folders. So if I wanted to go inside of Windows PowerShell and I wanted to create a file and folder, do this. And I can go to make directory test folder. Now notice that that actually operated in real time. Karina's favorite. So this actually operated in real time, and we created a folder as we needed. Now we can CD inside of it and run a dir. There's nothing inside. So let's go also go on the GUI on the left, see what that looks like. And now let's go and look at file creation. We can do that in a quick way by, if we run the echo command. Hello darkness, my old friend. So if we ran echo and gave it some string of text, then it would just give it back to us. However, we could run that same command by hitting the up key. See, if you go up, it's going to give us all the commands we ran. And while we're on that note, if I hit Control C breaks my command, like it kicks me out of it so that I can go and correct what I need to do. Maybe I'm making a mistake. So if I hit up, and echo hello dark smiled friend, it's just echoing that statement onto the terminal. That's all it's doing. But if I wanted to create a file, I could maybe throw something at the end of it. This little greater than sign. This is a redirector, and we're going to learn more about that in Linux. This is a redirector, and I have to send this somewhere. So if I hit enter, you see like I've got an error. I have to send this text somewhere. So I could go and send this to testfile.txt, and that file doesn't exist yet. But see how it appeared after. So Windows by default would go ahead and dump this text into a new file and create it for us. Does that make sense? Yeah. Cool. There's other shortcuts to do it. You can create empty files as well too and such. But for all intents and purposes, that's like a nice, easy way to do it, because you're always going to be creating a file by entering something into it. And in Linux, we're going to learn how to work with text-based text-based text editors like Nano and Vim, as you've seen. Now what we want to do is we can read. So if I were to go and double click this file, it would open up Notepad. But I could run the type command on it. And this is now going to take the contents of the file and output it to the terminal. And let's say I wanted to rename it now. So I could go rename test file to hello.txt, and it updated. So now I've got an update happening in real time. Techno, how about copy con to hello.txt? Yeah, I guess you could do that too. That's fine too. Techno, that's totally a valid way to do that if you want. There's also, you can type null into it, I think, as well. Karina saying, I think it's interesting how CMD and Linux command have similar syntax, but also differences. Oh, yes. I have a lot to say about that, Karina. When we get to, yeah, I know, CMD. When we get to Linux. Short answer, in a galaxy, long ago, computer resources were very, very expensive and limited and not that powerful. So you had to use short text, short things like dir, ls, cp, mkdir, things that fit within certain size limits and abbreviations. Computer resources used to cost a lot of, like you didn't have a lot of memory and space. Your hard drive used to be like 10 to 20 megabytes. So think about that. That's like a couple songs. It's like 2 photos in today's world. So you get the point. And we talked a little bit earlier how you can actually open up apps from the command line as well too. And if I did notepad, hello.txt, it's one way to do it. And we talked about that redirector as well. If I were to do echo with 2 greater than symbols, let's just say I did it twice. Oh, that is not. Wait, hold on a second. My bad. 1 second. Yeah, so I threw like a weird error inside there. I also made another error. 1 second. Let's delete that. Open that up. This is going to get confusing for you with my errors. So echo. Hello, darkness, my old friend, again, into hello.txt. There we go. Sorry about that. So now what we're doing is we are appending. We're appending data to a file. So we're not overwriting it. If I did echo you see, if I put 1, it just overwrites the file. So these things matter, and we'll talk more about that in Linux. So they're there to help you. Now, let's also look a little bit at task manager. So let's say I had, let's do task list first of all. That's a lot of information. So if I ran a command like task list, you can see I've got a whole whack of things. And this is essentially task manager in the command line. So we'll go and look up documentation. ST, there's task list and task kill. I could run a task kill command now if I wanted, instead of like ending task, and I have Notepad open. So where is our Notepad app? Over here. So 3160. So if I did task kill 3160, or rather I need to put PID 3160. Success. Notepad's gone. Blasted it away. So you can do it in the command line too. Pretty cool. And now we can cd out, and we can rm dir test folder. Oh, that's right. We can go inside here. Let's do this proper way. So rm hello. Del. Hello. Good old Linux. cd dot dot. Rm dir test folder. cd dot dot. Now, a couple other things we can do is we can also get full system info from the command line. A lot of cool stuff. We can get our network information, which we're going to learn about. And we can also query the registry. So we could go to reg query HK, current user, right? Software, Microsoft, Windows, current version run. Right? Remember, there was nothing there. So let's say we wanted to go inside there. Actually, we still have it on desktop, right? Our thing. Malicious notepad. Yes. Cool. Well, now we know notepad's there. Just realized it's 203. Okay. Yeah, I guess we're okay. Go over here a little bit more. So now we have our notepad over here, but we can delete that, right? We can do this from the command line as well. So we can actually do things like back inside here. We can do reg delete. And if we want to make this easier for ourselves, we can go to home, press home on a keypad to get back, reg delete. I think it's, yeah, it's /v start notepad. F. Perfect. And these are tags. Like you can read these. You learn them as you go. Like, don't think that you just kind of like have to know them on the spot. You're going to learn how to use these flags and operators. I'm just trying to demonstrate a little bit of command line usage for us to now go in, and now we've deleted this as well too from the command line versus clicking around on the registry editor as well. So we've deleted that run key so that notepad won't start up on boot anymore. So pretty powerful. You can do everything you can do in the GUI, you can do in the command line. And as I mentioned, arguably faster, more customizable, and in sequence to create scripts to automate. The GUI is great to get you started and to navigate and learn things, but as soon as you can to get under the hood, to script, that's where things get better. Now, for the most part, if you just need to do things once or once in a while, you're probably just fine using the GUI. But if it becomes repeatable, if you're doing it twice in a very short amount of time, you might want to start considering to script it or see if you need to optimize your flow. But that, yeah, I think that's good. I think that's good for today. We technically have one more lab to go. We can just finish that up a Saturday morning. Next Saturday, and then we're going to dive into Linux. But what I want you to do is try and do the module quiz. You can leave the challenge and troubleshooting PowerShell for now. But once you have gotten through this module, you've watched the recordings and you feel comfortable enough with it, you're going to have your first resume bullet unlocked. And this is where you can go and say, you can add this to your resume. So you can say that you're proficient at managing and automating Windows OS tasks, including user account administration, process management, and system configuration using both GUI and PowerShell. So not bad. I think you've covered a lot of ground here, and your skill is Windows OS administration. Now, it's still quite junior. We have a lot to go, but for all intents and purposes, like I said, I think you've covered enough here that you actually know a little bit more than some junior IT help desks analysts in the field. Truthfully. So I'll say this much. First of all, congratulations for getting through this much content and for the first 2 sessions of live streams. Covered a lot of ground. And Yarden, yes, this will be... the recordings are going to go here once we are, once we're good. What I have the recording, I just need to upload it to YouTube. It's like a 32 gig upload. So it took a while to download last night and do some quick editing to get the screen set up and the start and finish and clean up the beginning intro. And I have to do the same thing this one. So I'm going to try to get it turned around in like 1 to 2 days. And then it'll be up on YouTube and inside the course. And yes, Karina, I'm going to be posting my notes into the SOC100 student channel. So all of you can get access to it and refer to. But please make your own notes too. Don't like just rely on... don't just rely on my notes. I want you to be taking your own notes too and comparing it. And CI, yes. Yes, it is. We're trying to get through this at like this is a good pace, right? Like if it takes time, you can soak it in instead of rushing it all, getting the fundamentals done right. And who knows, maybe we'll be able to do something like this with CDA in the future too. That'd be kind of cool. And thanks, Zeno. Appreciate it. Thanks for being here. So once again, thank you all. Thank you for day 2, becoming a cybersecurity analyst. We're here. Day 2 is over. We're making our progress. So take your time with the content, study it, ask good questions inside of Discord, think about things, collaborate with one another. Please ask each other questions. Tomorrow I'll be looking at those who have submitted their applications to be a community junior SOC analyst, and get you added inside of Discord so you can start helping out one another and put it on the resume and keep working away. My goal really with all this, my personal goal, is to help reveal that this isn't that complicated, right? It's just the pace has to be well enough and some explanation and some guidance along the way, I think. So I hope that's coming across. I hope that you're looking at this content now and being like, you know what? It's not that bad. Like, this isn't that scary as I thought. It's a lot to learn, but it's not that scary. So if you're walking away feeling like that, then I'm feeling good. Yeah, Yarden, go ahead. Put the application in. I'll be looking at all of them tomorrow. But thank you, everyone. If there's any other Canadians in the room, happy Thanksgiving for tomorrow. So I'm going to be off, but I'll poke in tomorrow, just kind of see some things, get everyone sorted out, and get the recording up as well, too, for today. Cool. Thank you again. And thanks Null, for the follow. Same with OK Coon. Have a good rest of your weekend and start of your week tomorrow, and we will see you back next week for day 3 of becoming a cybersecurity analyst. We're going to dive into Linux. We're going to finish up PowerShell, I should say, first, and then we're going to dive into Linux. But thanks again, everyone. We'll see you inside of Discord. And KS, thanks for the mod as well, too. Helping out in chat today. Appreciate it. Thank you. Kind of dropping some good knowledge bombs and helping out with things. So thank you for that. Gonna get the notes ready for all of you after the stream. Okay. Have a good one.